The Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Lord, we present this time to you and ask that you would guide our deliberations and watch over our city tonight and in the weeks ahead. We also ask for wisdom, humility, compassion, courage, love, and discernment as we attempt to serve our fellow citizens to the best of our ability. We offer thanks for the rainwater that nourishes our land, while also remembering those who have been left homeless or lost property or livelihoods as a result of the recent flooding that has ravaged many communities around Billings. Thank you for the organizations and individuals who have reached out to help our neighbors during this difficult time, and for our own city staff, first responders, and local volunteers who rallied to protect the Billings water treatment plant, other facilities, and neighborhoods affected by the flooding. If there's more that we can or should be doing, we pray that you would make that clear and show us how we can be of service to our neighbors. Amen. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Gulick.
Here.
Neese.
Here.
Owen.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Chiriki.
I'm here.
Tidswell. Here. Purington.
Present.
Boyette.
Here.
Repsis.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. And welcome, Councilmember Purington, online. As we have with others, if I fail to recognize you, if you put your hand up because you want to address the meeting, please feel free to say something. And if any other council members see Councilmember Purington's hand up or frantically waving to get our attention, please let me know. With that, then, we'll move on to our minutes. Our only set of minutes for approval tonight is from May 23, 2022. The minutes for June 13 are pending. So is there a motion or discussion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve minutes May 23rd, 2022.
Second, Councilmember Neese. Discussion. Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, during that council session, you had brought up a point about the policy coming back to us on the utility easements that we approved that night for Northwest Energy. And I didn't see that in the minutes, but I would like to just make a note of that policy would come back to us sometime as you requested during that meeting.
And Councilmember Neese, can you remind me what I said?
It had to do with the policy of the utility easements and the discrepancy between the parks utility easements policy and what some of our utility easement policy was. And this was along, if you remember, this was the one where they wanted to go above ground through the parks along, was it 32nd Street? 36th Street. And then we were looking at trying to go underground. We ended up doing it just a couple feet off the sidewalk with poles. But there was some conflict with our parks policy and what the utility easements were.
Okay. If I said it, I'm sure it was eminently wise.
It was.
So maybe staff could look at that and determine whether I was crazy or not, but at least take a look at that. Thank you very much for calling that to our attention. Anything else, just no changes on those minutes? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval of the May 23rd minutes. If in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move on to courtesies. I have courtesy, and that is just to advise that last week, Ann and I, along with the president of the Friends of the USS Billings, Ron Spence, the general manager of the Billings Hotel and Convention Center, were privileged to travel to the largest naval station in the world, Naval Station Norfolk in Norfolk, Virginia, to participate in the commissioning of the USS Montana and events leading up to the commissioning. As most of you know, the USS Montana is a new nuclear-powered Virginia-class submarine of the USS Navy. Built at a cost of more than $1.5 billion, the 377-foot boat, and they do call subs boats, not ships, is crewed by about 130 very capable sailors and officers from around the United States who refer to themselves as the vigilantes of the deep. The commissioning and other events leading up to it were all a great success, and Montana can be proud that this state-of-the-art vessel bears the name of our state. I have photos for anyone who might be interested, and a video of the commissioning can be found on YouTube. Billings' own Craig Anderson was the commissioning co-chairman, and he and his committee did a fabulous job. But while I'm on the topic of Navy ships, this also seems like a good time to advise the council and the citizens of Billings on the status of the USS Billings. You'll remember that several months ago, the Navy announced that it was going to decommission all 9 of the Freedom-class littoral combat ships based on mechanical problems and funding priorities. This group included the USS Billings, even though it has had several successful deployments without mechanical problems. Obviously, that decision caused a lot of consternation among individuals and organizations that had an interest in the future of these ships, including many people in Billings and the Friends of the USS Billings organization. So I'm very glad to advise the council and the citizens of Billings that based on a series of articles in the U.S. Naval Institute's online newsletter, the most recent being an article on June 22nd last week, that the House Armed Services Committee last week approved a $37 billion amendment to the Defense Authorization Bill that, among other things, will prevent the decommissioning of 5 of the 9 LCSs. These 5 ships, which include the USS Billings, are designed for anti-mine warfare. A recent email from the executive officer of the Billings confirmed that our ship is no longer on the chopping block. So if the USS Billings were Mark Twain, it might be heard to say, the report of my death was an exaggeration. We look forward to many more years of supporting this great ship and her crew. And that's my courtesy, and I know that Councilmember Ripsis, you had a courtesy.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to call Chief St. John to the podium. Heard some information this last week related to, as you know, we had a period of couple of weeks where we had 19 officers that were on administrative leave due to a couple officer-involved shootings. Chief St. John shared some information this week that I thought would be really good, and he has one of his officers here tonight to join him.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor, spontaneous courtesy, much to the chagrin of your clerk, but I enjoy that as well. And at the behest of Councilmember Rupsis, I did make comment during an offline conversation about the selflessness of the Billings police officers as a whole. As he indicated, we had 2 critical incidents that resulted in 19 officers being on administrative leave. Obviously, that put a great stress on our resources and ability to deliver service. 13 officers stepped up. 10 of them, basically, regardless of their days off or their shifts, said, stick me where you need me, and we'll plug holes and make it go. 3 officers canceled their vacations and did essentially the same, offered themselves up to plug whatever hole. Justin Rubidoux, Elizabeth Chapin, and Officer Nick Fonte. Officer Fonte is here with us tonight. Officer, would you come to the podium, please? I think it's worth noting the 3 things that when I have a chance to talk to briefing and officers as a whole, when we're done, I always ask them or tell them, be safe, take care of each other, and do good work. And I think bullet 2 is epitomized by the 13 officers. They definitely were taking care of each other. And at this particular level, when Officer Fonte cancels vacation to come and help out, I think that epitomizes that as well. Mayor, this is Officer Fonte.
Thank you, Chief. That was very kind of you. Don't really have much to say. Just happy to help and glad we're going to pull through. So thank you.
Thank you, officer. And on behalf of the city, not just the big city, but everybody in our community, thank you. And thank you to those 13 officers and all the officers and the job they do every day. Thank you very much.
Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Other council courtesies this evening? Do we have any other council courtesies? Seeing none, we'll move on. We don't have any proclamations. Any council reports from organizations or committees that council members serve on behalf of the city?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Purington.
thank you. I just wanted to let you know that I am in Helena. I attended the Law and Justice Interim Committee today. The gist of everything that they were doing today had to do with data collection, management, and how that data will help them make good decisions in the future regarding law and justice. They had 3 versions of the bill, and they came up with the 4th version, so they're studying that, and they had many of their stakeholders in today, including Sheriff Linder, which was nice to see him and give his input. Tomorrow, I will go to the Criminal Justice Interim, or I just lost it, Criminal Justice Oversight Council, and they are going to be looking at various issues that legislation that involves theft and theft crimes and how they will do sentencing, the sober living homes, the definition of persistent felony offender, and I know that Scott Twido has been working very hard on that one. The definition of, disorderly conduct, and then motor vehicle will be listed as a felony. So there's some interesting things there, and former council member Frank Ewald is here. He was listening in this afternoon, and then he will be there tomorrow as well. So I appreciate you letting me come on Zoom, because I know this is a really important meeting for us tonight too. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Purington, for being our eyes and ears in Helena. Any other council courtesies? Oh, I'm sorry, reports, appreciate it. Any other council reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to any reports from our city administrator, Chris Kukulski. Chris.
Mayor and Council, I've got a handful of things here. First, a couple items on consent. So need to do a correction on consent agenda item E. That's the solid waste. Let me get it in front of me. Residential dumpster purchase. So it says the agenda was printed at $285,206.92. That number actually should be $327,487.32. $327,487.32. Item H, we would ask the council to remove it from the agenda and move it to the July 25th agenda per written request by the applicant. They are in the room just in case there are any questions, but we're all set for that rescheduling if you're comfortable with that. Next up, a handful of reminders. Thank you, Councilmember Purington. One was going to be, we will have a handful of staff watching. They aren't in Helena because of the timing of tonight's budget approval, but some will be watching tomorrow's meeting, as both today's and tomorrow's are important to our public safety issues here in Billings. Next up, I want to remind everybody who was in the weekly, and we've put it out there a few times, the city is doing its 3rd National Citizen Survey over the past decade. You know, I think the number was something like a little short of 3,000 individuals in Billings got randomly selected, should have received postcards. I got a couple of emails asking me, is this real? If you get that, if anyone asks you, yes, it is real. If they would please take the time to either go online or fill out the paper version, they will be part of that statistically valid feedback that the city gets on city services. Starting tomorrow, any of us can jump online and take it. Now that data is held separately because it's not statistically valid per se. Nonetheless, we would love to get as many residents as possible weighing in there too. And when we get the report from POLCO, it'll show the data, and at least the few times I've done this in the past, it's surprising how close they are to each other. But point being, please, if anyone asks you, or please spread the word to take that survey. It just gives us some statistically valid feedback without the heat of some hot topic of how people are thinking about city services. Next up, obviously, we'll be celebrating the 4th of July next week, so we will not be here on Monday. Council meeting will be Tuesday evening, same time and location. And last but not least, there are no ex parte communication to share for tonight's meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. Councilmember Denise.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to change or add to the agenda a public comment section in the beginning of the meeting to allow the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda for up to 30 minutes or as deemed appropriate by the mayor.
Okay, before there's a second, and I'll ask for a second, I'll just ask Gina, we've done that consistently recently for work session, because the order of our agenda is not dictated by ordinance, but our business session is dictated by ordinance. So obviously we want to have public comment, we want to make it convenient for anybody, and I don't have any objection to the end result here, but I just wonder, can we do that, given that it's in ordinance? And if that's something we've talked about changing in our ordinance, but I'm not sure whether we can do it on the fly or not. Do you have opinion?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. Yes, I think even though it's set by ordinance, it does allow for you to modify the agenda as long as there's the sufficient vote, which I believe is a majority vote. So let me double check that. Yes.
Okay. Basically just a change to our agenda like we change other things, I guess. So, okay, is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilmember Rupsis. Discussion on the motion. Again, it is to allow a second opportunity for public comment on non-agenda items at the beginning. And Council Member Denise, can you just, we would put that exactly where? Was that included in your motion?
Yes, that would be the next item on the agenda before public
next
comment.
item before public comment on non-public hearing items. Okay. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Would this be a permanent every week, or would it only be for tonight? That wasn't clarified.
Because if it's an ordinance, I think we have to make it every night until we change the ordinance, unless the legal counsel can give us direction. I think we're changing tonight's agenda.
Okay, that's fine. And if Gina wants to tell us later, some other day, which I guess she can, but it's probably the safer course for tonight. Councilmember Purington.
So I guess my other question is, would we continue with public comment at the end of the meeting and do that 1 hour thing if it's at the beginning of the meeting? Are we going to set those parameters down?
My understanding is that we really wouldn't be changing at the end of the meeting because that is what we publish. This would be in addition to at the beginning. If that answers your question, Councilmember Denise is nodding, so that's consistent with your intent and also with Councilmember Rupsis' second.
Would that also mean that it would be published that way as well?
I think this is just a one-time change is the proposal at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes. We will then provide an opportunity for public comment on non-agenda items as we move forward. Right now, that was the motion. So anybody who's in our audience who would like to comment on something that wasn't on our agenda tonight and you don't want to stay until the wee hours of the morning, this is your lucky day. Please come forward and tell us what's on your mind. Just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address up front.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South. Mayor and Council, at the beginning of this meeting, you prayed, Mayor, to a God that I assume you're envisioning as a God of grace, asking for guidance on how to represent this community and do the best things for this community, representing all of the people in this community and caring for this community as its leaders. Well, if you're praying to this God of grace, then the words of this God of grace would say that we are to feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, and open our homes to the homeless. And so I ask you tonight, again, to ensure that the city helps in funding shelter. We have all kinds of different shelter here in Billings, but not low barrier or no barrier shelter. Each one requires a sobriety or mental health, or requires that you be able to walk. We need shelter for people that don't fit those requirements. We need shelter for all of our citizens. You represent everyone in this community, and people without homes, people you see in the doorways at night and during the day too, and all over town, they're your constituents too. So I ask you to remember this prayer that you have made for guidance. I ask you to listen and ask you again to offer some kind of funding to the community for a low barrier shelter so that all of our neighbors can be cared for this coming year and beyond. You know what it's like to have a good low barrier shelter. We've already lived through a year or more of that. And you know that it did good work. It was not perfect, but it helped with crime. It helped with emergency calls. It lessened the numbers of people who were at risk of dying and freezing. And it helped the community health as a whole. So I really ask and pray that you will consider providing in some form some funding for a low barrier shelter for our community and for all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on anything not on our agenda this evening?
Mayor, I'm not sure if I'm able to talk on 15 Frank Ewald. Is that later?
Ming, we'll just to be orderly, we'll wait and you'll have that opportunity with our next item.
Thank you.
Because it is on our agenda. Thank you. Any further comment on things not on our agenda tonight? Don't see any, so we'll close that item and move now to public comment on non-public hearing agenda items. So that's anything on our consent agenda, item number 1, and all those subparts, and also the 2 TIF applications for the Wendy's and School District 2 out of the South Billings Urban Renewal Area, those TIF applications. Everything else will have a public hearing, and you'll have an opportunity to comment on those other things later. But items 1, 6, and 7, Ming, please give us your name and address.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Ming Cabrera. I'm at 1734 Poly Drive, and I'm the president of the Billings Heights Water Board. And I'm here to talk about the appointment or the recommendation that you may have for Frank Ewald for the Billings Heights Water District. I like Frank, and I have a full recommendation on my part, but I am only 1 vote out of 5 people on there. They have to make that. I'm just going to read something that comes out of the Montana Annotated Code. Vacancies on Board of Directors, except provided in subsections 2 and 3, any vacancy in the Board of Directors, whether the vacant office is elective or appointive, must be filled by the majority vote of the remaining directors. Okay, and so what are vacancies are created when any of the following occur before the expiration of the term, and one is resignation. Your former district member has resigned, so that left that opening. What I'm asking is, there's 3 things that you need to be aware of. 1, the Billings Heights Water Department's in a mess right now, okay, as you know. And we're trying to figure that out. And so we've had people I've talked to before that would like you to table this until we're ready to be there. Again, I would vote for Frank Ewald on the board. No problem with me, but I am only 1 vote, okay? So this is what they're looking at this time, so we'd like a table of it. Also, July 12th, the interim committee at the state legislature is looking at changes that are going to take place next year, PD1 or PD2. One of them is PD2, which is going to eliminate the appointees of the Yellowstone County, as well as the city council, and make it up to 5 members at that point, but it's not in stone. So right now, everything's in a flux as to what is going to happen in the future in regards to how these special districts are going to be there in the future. Third thing, I just read the rules that we needed to look at. So what you can do as far as the recommendation, and I've talked to Councilman Neese about this, is the fact that you can recommend someone to the board, or ex-councilman Frank Ewald by Friday could appoint or go to the office, because we have one elected office that has other people running for it at the same time. He can do that by Friday and be on the elected board, and then we'll come to a judgment on that. But at this point, most likely, I'm just telling you from what I'm just a hands down right now, you can make a recommendation, but but the board is going to be the one to make the recommendation, or to be allowed the person that's going to be appointed on the board. Because of a resignation, it leaves that up to the board of directors to make that decision. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on item 1, any of the subparts, or item 6, or number 7? Any other public comment on any of those 3 items? Don't see any, so we will close public comment on non-public hearing agenda items and move on to our consent agenda. First, for separations, I will be separating item 1A1, the board commission appointments, for the purpose of recommending the removal of Frank Ewald's appointment along the lines which you just heard. Other separations, council, are there any other separations? Councilmember Owen.
I don't believe that we acted on the city administrator's requests to remove and take these off consent.
Sure, we could, let's do that to amend the, see if there's a motion to amend the agenda. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we remove item 1H from the consent agendas in reference to the comments by our city administrator, and move it to the July 25th meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Owen. Any discussion? Councilmember Neese.
Is the July 25th a business session? Yes. Is it possible we can get this back to us in a work session so we can have discussion about this and understand some of the nuances of this and how we can try to solve this issue?
Mayor and council, certainly, I will tell you I wasn't involved in the conversations, but from staff, I think it has been worked out. So if you want to take the time at a work session, but my impression is we are, between staff and the applicant, they found a path forward that's different than what's on the agenda tonight, that both are agreeable to. So I would suggest, as precious as time is on your agendas, that if that is the case, that we keep it on the regular agenda. It can always be discussed by the council, but whatever your preference is, we can do it either way.
Councilmember Rowan?
I guess from my perspective, I would just ask that you alert us if for some reason it falls apart and we try to get it on a work session, maybe on the 18th or something. If everybody agrees, I'm fine. But if there's some sort of discord, or if we don't have a solution, or if there's a larger policy barrier, please just don't make us work that out at a business meeting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would just second that. If you give us some sort of heads up through an email, at a work session, whatever, just so we have an idea what's coming down the pike.
And Mayor and Council, lastly, I would expect the cover memo, assuming everything is smooth, that the cover memo would explain what the difference is between what you are being asked to reject tonight and what the solution ended up being going forward, and how it fits our policies and rules. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to move that we change item E to...
We'll have to vote on that one, and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Okay. So any further discussion on moving item 1H to July 25th business meeting? If not, proceed to a vote. All in favor of that change of our agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Motion passes, including Councilmember Purington, unanimously. Councilmember Boyette, you had something else.
Item 1E is listed on my last chart as 285,000. The city administrator indicated that it's actually 327, 487.32, and I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll just note that the larger, higher 327 amount is the amount in the staff report. So that's all consistent with that. And now it's clear that the agenda itself has been changed to include that number 327, 487.32. Okay, then no other changes to the agenda. We'll move on to item 1. I've made that separation for item 1A, board appointments. Are there any other separations? Councilmember Neese.
I move to approve the items of the consent agenda as submitted with the exception of the items removed for separation, including the modifications made to item 1E.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Joy. Any discussion? Councilmember Shaw?
This is just a point of order point, I guess. Can we wait until the mayor finishes asking about separations before we make a motion? This has been happening on the consent agenda, I've noticed a number of times. Let's just, if we could wait until you actually ask for a motion, that would be preferable. Thank you.
As part of our discussion on the motion, I guess I will ask, did anybody else want to make a separation? Because we don't want to cut that off. Okay, very good. Discussion now on the motion. Any other discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. This is for approval of the non-separated items. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to item 1A1, board recommendations. My motion is to approve all of the names on there, with the exception of item 5, Frank Ewalt, and two comments. The first comment is consistent with Ming Cabrera's comments. We had some emails at the end of last week with our city attorney, and the statute says what Ming says it is, and I can quote it, but it's pretty black and white that if there is a vacancy, the board itself fills that vacancy. When we appointed earlier Jeff Engels, we were relying on a different analysis that we thought gave us the power to make that appointment where a board member had finished off their term and that term had expired. This is a mid-stream vacancy, so to speak, and that seems pretty clear. So that's why this motion does not include the approval of Frank Ewalt. However, I do think Frank would be a great board member and wholeheartedly support him. And so if this passes, I will ask, or I will recommend that I send a letter to the Heights Water District saying that we recommend that they approve Frank. And in that letter, I would like to be able to say that this council either unanimously supports that recommendation or supports that recommendation with a substantial majority, or supports that recommendation with a majority. So I'll ask for a little hand signal so I know what to put in that letter. Anyway, that's the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Owen. Is that a second? Okay, so Councilmember Owen makes the second. So discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Owen and Gulick.
Thank you, Mayor. So I understand why we have to do this, but I don't like it one bit. I think the Heights Water Board would be much better off with Frank on it. I think he would be an exceptional water board member. I think that this unfortunate statute can have the result of a municipality being able to appoint a representative once in history and then never again as long as resignations are orchestrated. And certainly that's not sustainable. So I would hope that we would all monitor water board legislation out of Helena and try to get this addressed however it is, because I think the city is impacted by the Heights Water District, and the city should have either an ex officio or a voting member its representation be heard. My concern is with the path that we're on right now, we risk the city not having any voice on this water board until possibly next spring, when we know what happens with the legislation. And I don't think that's Great. So I would hope that we do a unanimous recommendation and that the Heights Water Board takes that into consideration, because I think the city, as an impacted entity, I'm a ratepayer in the water district, so this matters to me, and I think the city deserves to have a voice, and I think Frank would be a great voice. So I would hope that we would unanimously endorse him to the board.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gillick, you had your hand up?
Yes, I know Frank Ewald is someone who's, passionate about the Heights and certainly is looking out for the best interests of it and has experience on the council. I guess the only challenge I have is just not knowing the other options. It's just hard for me to just go with it, I guess. But, I think I may been persuaded, though, that I will support his.
Thank you, Councilmember
Point of
Joy.
order, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Rupses?
Is this actually, are we voting on just everybody other than Frank right now, and where there's going to be a separate motion for Frank, or are we doing a combined, all the appointments and also a recommendation of Frank?
It is only everybody besides Frank.
Okay.
But I was signaling that that's my intention informally to, as soon as this is done,
For a
ask you.
separate motion for Frank?
Yeah, if we want to put in the formal motion, we might as well.
Okay.
Councilmember, I recognize Councilmember Joy and the Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I
No?
pass.
Okay, Councilmember Purington?
I guess one of my things, because I am familiar how the water board has been functioning in trying to remember or remove appointed members. So I don't know how does this impact that one way or the other? Because then you're telling me that the Heights Water District will appoint someone, those members will appoint someone until it's time for either a new election or the statutes change, but they would still have to run after their term runs out, I would assume.
That'd be up to the state statute and how all that works out. That's kind of beyond our pay grade right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Neese?
Mayor, since your motion is for the board members, not Frank Ewald at this time, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. I'm entitled to ask whether there are people who would continue to comment if we did not vote.
I simply have a question, Mayor.
Okay, we'll call that.
I had understood your motion to be approve these members and remove Frank simultaneously.
Well, approve everybody except Frank.
I see.
Yes. Okay, so we'll proceed to a vote on whether to vote. So if in favor of proceeding to a vote on the pending motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, nay. Okay, so that motion passes by the required 2/3 or 3/4, whatever it is. We'll proceed to vote. Motion again is for approval of everybody except for Frank on that list. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. That motion passes. If I can represent that you join in my recommendation, would you please raise your hand for Frank? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, if opposed or abstaining, this is pretty informal, raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to say we have a substantial majority, and that's a letter from me. You can send your own letter too, I guess, if you want, but that's how we'll proceed on that one. I think that concludes item A1A, except I'll just comment on the Citizens Police Advisory Board. We'll need to come back. You saw an email from Carrie Boyder. I am trying to determine who with law enforcement experience is interested in that position. That will be coming back to you, as well as Carrie is still very much interested in appointment to that board. That, I think, concludes then all of our separated items. Councilmember Neese?
Mayor, I thought you were going to make a motion to change it from a appointment to a recommendation to the Heights Board.
I guess my concern with that is that's not really something that was on our agenda per se, but what's your point?
Well, I think there should be a vote based, Frank's on the agenda, and these are the these that came before us. If I understand correctly, the Heights Water Board asked us to advertise for this position, which we did. Frank applied for it. I don't know who else applied for it, but he was the one who was chosen. and now he's before us here. I think we should do some type of action. If it's not, again, I agree with our state attorney, we can't appoint him, but I think we should address it by at least having a vote that we recommend him.
Okay, you want a more formal,
That's what I thought you were, as we talked, I thought that's what you were going to do, is a motion to change it from an appointment to a recommendation.
okay? I was doing something more informal than that. I'll leave it up to council, whether you want to have a formal vote to make an appointment of Frank. Or I'm sorry, a recommendation. And so, Councilwoman Neese, if you want to make that motion, you can drive that forward.
I make a motion that item 1A5 be changed from an appointment to a recommendation to appoint to the Heights, County Heights Water District of Billings.
Okay, is there a second to that? Councilmember Owen. Okay, then we will proceed with Councilmember Ripsis discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, I don't necessarily have anything against former Councilmember Ewalt serving on the board. I think his loyalty and concern for the Heights is beyond question, and I'm sure he would probably do a fine job. We did have 3 applications for that. 2 of the people filled out the application, while Frank put his name and phone number and just a comment that he had been on council before. And to me, that just kind of smacks of entitlement. I just didn't really like that. And so, for those reasons only, that's why I'm not joining in this recommendation tonight. Thank you.
Okay. We'll proceed to a vote on Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I really don't know if you could just clarify a little bit more the comment about the changes in state law and how, so apparently this will be our last appointee come that change in legislation. I'm just not clear on that.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
now we're operating under existing law. That's
Right.
been the case, and that could change. And as Ming said, there are 2 drafts out there, and there's a public comment period by the interim committee that asked for comment by in the first half of July here on 2 options, one of which would eliminate these appointed positions in total, and another that would beef them up, so to speak, and allow cities and counties to make appointments and also to remove the person who they appoint, which doesn't exist now. So we will want to establish a city's position on that during that time period. And yes, that either way it will, if either of those pass, it will affect the existing law, but would not take effect until sometime in 2023. Does that help? Okay. Okay, we'll proceed to any other discussion on the motion, which is this question of making a recommendation on behalf of the council for Frank to serve. I'll just comment that although I understand and appreciate Councilmember Rips's point, Councilmember Ewald has attended virtually every meeting and has been intimately involved, much more than any of the other applicants in the goings-on, shall we say, at the Heights Water District. So with that, again, the motion is to make that recommendation. If in favor of that the motion for the positive recommendation, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Gulick, Neese, Owen, Joy, Cole, Chiriki, Tidswell, Boyette, and Purington. If voting in opposition, raise your hands. Our council members Shaw and Ripsis. Okay, I think that concludes then item 1.
City Administrator.
Oh, and City Administrator Chris Kulski.
Mayor, I'm sorry, but I just want to take advantage of this moment here. So in a rare case, I was asked as City Administrator to weigh in writing to the committee regarding this topic. So my intent is to express our desire to have an appointee. If any of you disagree with that, please let me know. Otherwise, what I planned on giving them was working later this week, and I'm supposed to have that to them by the 5th. That'll just say our preference is that we would have a voice, because the 2 choices are the city has no voice or the city gets a voice. So I think it's pretty black and white as to what our general position is. If you disagree with that, please let me know, not tonight, but as soon as possible. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and if you can distribute a draft of the letter, that would probably be good as well. All right, then, council, that concludes our consent agenda. Brings us item number 2. The agenda did change midweek, and so the item number 2, and there are copies of our agenda back on the cart for anybody in the audience, is dealing with the budget. So Denise, would you read item number 2?
Yes, Mayor, public hearing and resolution adopting and approving the FY23 budget. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Council, this is the big one. We have a staff presentation, I believe.
Absolutely.
And
Oh, no, $500 million budget. We're just hoping you guys will just
Staff's here
go
for
with
questions. Thank you.
yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Chris, you took a breath like you wanted to say something?
No, you kick us off.
All right.
Andy's got the first half of this. I've got the last bit, and a big thank you to the staff. So with that, I'd like to turn over to Andy to kick us off this evening.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Chris. It's actually a pretty brief presentation, but this all started back in May. We've had many hours devoted to this at Council, so hence the abbreviated presentation. So here tonight to present for adoption the FY23 City of Billings budget. Total estimated revenues, $463 million. And total estimated expenses, $503,715,782. This is the proposed budget with the one change to add $100,000 to the equipment replacement plan that was made by staff a few meetings ago. Otherwise, there are no changes to the proposed budget. Highlight a couple of the major areas. FY23 has significant capital projects. The major project is the water department investments at the treatment plant and reservoirs on the west end. Additionally, City Hall, Law and Justice Center build out, continuing airport projects, investments in the terminal, $30 million in transportation improvement projects, and almost $16 million at the wastewater treatment plant. O&M budget is 20% of the fiscal 23 budget. Some large increases this year in personal services, or professional services, for cost of services, mental health, substance abuse, which I fully anticipate a healthy discussion on that. Some additional expenses for lobbying in FY23. I won't read them all to you, but there are some large increases this year. And the City of Billings, just like everybody else, is impacted by rising prices and inflation. Just a couple of highlights or key metrics here to note. The 12-month CPIU most recently reported 8.6%. Construction cost index at 8.2. Thirsty. All right, thanks. Material cost index 31.6. I mean, these are the increases to buy the materials for our construction projects, to buy our parks equipment. The city spends a lot of money on these projects as well as on fuel, where we've seen large increases. So that's driving a lot at the city this year. Additional or new positions in the FY23 budget. There are 43.5 positions associated with the public safety levy. Some of these were authorized and added in fiscal 22. And they're indicated on the far right column there, but they are fully included in the FY23 budget. In addition to that, there are 15 other FTEs being requested. They are not part of the public safety levy. Spread across the city. I think the three major ones are in the general fund, and we have a slide on that the three positions that have received the most discussion from council are the three general fund ones, which we have a slide on in the future. The budget's built on some increases in taxes due to growth, as well as the implementation of the most recent public safety levy. Additionally, there are anticipated increases in the assessment districts, and the budget's all predicated on these increases. So if there are changes to the budget, there may be impacts to these, the revenue side as well. Our estimated growth in property tax for FY23 is 1%, and that's because it's not a reappraisal year. And for those of you who are not familiar, the Department of Revenue reappraises properties every other year, every odd year. So 2022 is not a reappraisal year. So residential and commercial properties will maintain their same value that they had last year. That makes up, I believe, over 60 or 70% of our tax base. Residential alone is 51%, so a substantial portion of our property tax base will not change. The increases will be due to two things: new construction that came online in 2021, and then centrally assessed properties. Those are your large utility companies, telecommunication companies that have a presence across the entire state, not just in one specific area. Those companies are revalued on an annual basis. I'll note that, while we have seen an increase in building new housing starts and building permits, a lot of times it takes 12 to 18 months before those finally hit the tax rolls, because they're in construction, they're in approval planning stages. You annex a subdivision, there's not homes there the next day, so it takes many months for those to start getting onto the tax rolls. This is just a shot to show the changes in the assessment districts. The citywide assessments, the request is to increase them by 6% to attempt to keep up with inflation, but we think it would be too much of a burden on taxpayers to hit the 8.6% that we are experiencing or higher in our construction areas. As we talked about in the prior presentations, staff is recommending removing the arterial district and increasing the street maintenance district. So there's large changes there, but the net impact is a 6% increase to your residential property. With all of these changes, this here is to give a snapshot of what the impact to the homeowner is. Estimated mills needed in FY23 will be 211.05, which is an increase of 33.75 over the prior year, entirely due to the public safety levy that was approved last year. Increases in the utility bills proposed will impact the typical utility bill by $2.14 a month. And then taxes and assessments, the increase to your median home, which is a $228,000 home, is $119 per year, 104 or almost 105 of that from that public safety levy.
So, thanks, Andy. So just some connection to your adopted priorities. So these are certainly generalizations and rounded generally to the 100,000 or million level. Improving public safety, that has been the city's consistent priority for several years, and this budget includes some $61 million dedicated to that effort. So, and as Andy just pointed out, thanks to the support of our citizens, where you see the tax increase, it is completely related to the voter-approved mill levy. So that is being fully implemented. This is the first year that we're fully implementing that levy. We'll start to collect those taxes this fall. Second up is investing in core infrastructure. So this budget is certainly high on infrastructure investment. In fact, almost half of the $500 million budget is in the area of investment of core infrastructure. Improving our built environment, again, just making our way through the adopted strategies by the council. There is several hundred, about $375,000 dedicated in this area. And some of the projects that will be coming online actually over the next few fiscal years. particularly one-way conversions will predominantly be in next year's budget. Increases in parks, trails, rec, and culture investment. There's just shy of $2 million, $1.8 million of investment there. And then investments in building a high-performance organization, just shy of $400,000. So what the council adopts as priorities and strategies matter. If you did the math on all those numbers, that's the lion's share of the $504 million budget. When doing the public safety levy, and please recognize that as Andy had done the overwhelming lion's share of this work, but as he and I were putting this together for tonight, a lot's changed to a degree in these discussions over the past several business days, but it has not changed ultimately what our priorities are and what we want to invest in. So in this case, you do have in that public safety category a commitment that was made every time we were out talking to the community on the public safety levy, and that is we were going to make a small but hopefully meaningful investment in dealing with substance abuse and mental health as they relate to driving crime problems in the community. Part of that was the crisis response units, and when this went out to print, so to speak, we had a path forward that hopefully we were just going to be a matter of weeks or a very short period to be out and rolling. We're in a little different position today as far as how quickly we can get this up and running, but it does not change what we believe is a wise investment and consistent with what we talked about in the community, and that is to invest in crisis response units, putting our professionals who work at the city alongside mental health and substance abuse professionals for both a more effective and a less costly response to some 7,000 plus calls that our police and fire department responds to. Next up is housing support. This is an area, I think, very candidly, there's been less clarity here in this area as to what the council's comfort level is in investing in sheltering, whether it be low barrier or however it's defined. I know it will help the staff, help give me direction if the council were to make a decision. Is it investing in this area or not? And then we wanted to touch on three of the positions that tended to get more of the attention of the council. We have department directors here. We're happy to talk about any of the positions. Obviously, the public safety levy positions are all tied to the public safety levy. There was one additional police officer that's being funded by the downtown partnership. That's why you don't see that on the public safety levy, but obviously it's investment in public safety. And we'd be glad to talk about any of those other positions. But these three, we were asked to kind of remind folks of why the timing, not necessarily just the justification of the position, but why now. So as it refers to the grants coordinator, this has just changed very substantially. I mean, in my 25-year career, it's been the last 18 to 24 months that we've really seen a significant increase in opportunity for federal funding, and the city has both received tens of millions of dollars in that area, and there are opportunities further. So timing, we see it, we have existed without a dedicated person in this category for quite some time. I can't say forever. I don't know historically if Billings had an individual in this capacity, but basically the timing here is that opportunities are existing today. We're essentially tackling it as departments and divisions. That will continue, but if we did have a hub person helping to coordinate that effort, we really do believe there would be a more focused effort on receiving grants. Not just federal, I think that would be primary, but federal, state, as well as more and more foundations out there are providing funding opportunities. So timing of that is tied to that. Second, on our records manager. This is a project we have been working on for several years, though it's certainly, it's urgency. I don't want to overstate that word, but when we look at relocating City Hall to the new facility, we both, if we don't go through the basement full of boxes, determine what can be tossed, what needs to be digitized, and do it properly, so that there's good, simple public access to it in the future, staff access to it in the future. We know we have to do that. That's the wise investment to make. So if we can do it in such a time way that we're not paying to literally move those boxes, have space over in that basement to put them in, we believe the time is right. If the council wants to postpone that or delay that, we will continue to exist as we are today. And then the third position, frankly, if I had to put them in order, I probably would put the HR one at the top of this list relative to, we've been fortunate to have a growing organization, we have a growing city. Our Human Resources Department keeping up with policies, training, being more proactive than reactive. I realize this is a payroll position, but what it's actually going to open up is we have a member of our HR staff who has got the knowledge, the relationships, and the credibility to step away from doing most of what they do in payroll and be able, if this position is filled, and immediately be able to help us be much more proactive in our training, as well as providing that additional FTE and keeping up with all issues related to human resources. So, again, the staff wanted me to be clear that yes, there's a sense of urgency, but it isn't every year we roll up our sleeves. We will make do with what we get from the council and the community, but we do believe the time is right to make these investments relative to keeping up with the expectations and being as a professional organization. So we can come back to those. I expect we will. Adoption process. So this is our last slide. So obviously, and actually Andy was, he'd forgotten about the first 3 or 4 months that we've been working on this budget. You guys have been seeing it since May, but his staff and the internal of the organization, this process starts back in February. So here we are tonight to discuss it, hold our public hearing. Typically, the cleanest way I've seen this done in the past is if you're inclined to put a motion on the table to adopt the recommended budget and then consider amendments to that budget. And whether those amendments get approved or denied, I think it helps keep it fairly clean for both you and the public and the staff to understand what's in that underlying motion, so that when it's all wrapped up, you can go back to that underlying motion with the amendments, and we'll all know where we are at the end of this evening, or if you choose to ultimately postpone to a future council meeting. So with that, I turn it back to you, Mayor, and the council, and we are here and we're happy to answer any questions. And one last, my apologies, on the order of the agenda, we did deliberately put this item first so that the subsequent actions later this evening support whatever the adopted budget ends up being. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Council, we will have to dive into this, but before we do, let's open up for public hearing. This is a public hearing, and then we'll get into the substance. So we've had our staff presentation. If there are people in the audience who would like to comment on anything related to our budget, which covers a lot of country, this is your opportunity. So we just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes and come forward and tell us your address as well. So this is a public hearing on the proposed budget for the city. Do we have any public comment? Any public comment on item number 2, the proposed budget? Any public comment? Don't see any. We have nobody online, correct? So we will close the public hearing and come back to council. Council, it was recommended by Chris, and I think I understand this, so we could have some discussion beforehand, but the value of getting some motion on the table and then coming and addressing as we go forward beyond that with the amendments. Councilmember Boyette, is that, you want to comment on that? Or
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the resolution adopting and approving the FY23 budget as recommended by staff, and this will start the discussion.
Okay, is there a second, Councilmember Gulick? Okay, so the motion is for approval. That's our base motion. Let's move ahead from there. Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, earlier today, and I've had a number of conversations with you all over the weekend, but earlier today I emailed you all a statement and a set of, I guess, a motion to amend the budget and to provide some direction to staff. So what I'd like to do is make a motion to adopt that statement along with its budget implications and direction to staff. And if there's a second, I'd like to read the statement into the record.
It is quite lengthy, so is there a second, Councilmember Shaw? Okay, so the motion is to approve the statement and includes an element of budget amendment because it goes to this core issue of the 2 mills and what we would then do with it, which would address a lot of the issues that were subject of proposed amendments. We had 30 proposed amendments. I'm not sure how we're going to get through all those tonight. I am hoping that a lot will fall by their wayside and some of them will become moot if this is approved. So we have a motion, it's seconded. So Councilmember Rupsis, I think it's important for people who may not have had a copy of this to actually hear it. It is fairly lengthy. It's over a page long. It's about a page and a half. First, I should ask, did every member of council get a copy of this? And if not, we can get you a copy so you can read along. Okay, it looks like everybody's got that. So, Councilmember Rupsis, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. The Billings City Council recognizes the direct linkage between crime in our community and our significant challenges related to mental and behavioral health and housing security and homelessness. We appreciate the efforts of the Substance Abuse Connect and Continuum of Care coalitions to design collaborative solutions for our community. The 2 proposals presented to Council on June 20th were well thought out, fiscally responsible, and strong examples of public-private partnerships, notwithstanding the fact that some questions remain to be answered. As recommended by the CPSM study and proposed by the Substance Abuse Connect Coalition, crisis response units follow best practices in modern emergency response. By providing expert response to people experiencing behavioral and mental health crises, the city stands to realize measurable fiscal benefits while increasing the level of care provided to our citizens. The Continuum of Care's proposal for seasonal low-barrier shelter services fills a gap in our community's response to homelessness. The success of the Off the Streets program over the past 2 winters is substantial, and a long-term replacement for that service is needed. To increase collaboration and communication, we request that both the Substance Abuse Connect and Continuum of Care invite 1 or more members of the City Council to serve as ex officio board members. We also appreciate the commitment that the voters of Billings made to start directly working on these issues when they passed the 2021 Public Safety Mill Levy. A critical component of that levy was the designation of 2 mills to be used for programs targeting the impacts of mental health and substance abuse. We owe it to all citizens of Billings to ensure that these public funds are used in ways that are consistent with what was advertised, transparent, and effective. We have the same goals for the management of tax revenues generated by the sales of cannabis in Yellowstone County. At this time, Council is not yet prepared to approve budget expenditures to support the programs proposed by Substance Abuse Connect or the Continuum of Care. However, it is our belief that these types of programs will be critical components in our community's future. As such, our intention is to support both types of services this fiscal year 23. To move forward, the FY23 budget should include the following. Number 1, as recommended by staff, the FY23 budget should reflect the assessment of the 2 mills from the Public Safety Mill Levy. The revenue generated from those mills, plus $400,000 of the anticipated cannabis tax revenues, should be placed in an accounting fund explicitly designated for improving public safety and reducing crime in our community through programs addressing substance abuse, mental and behavioral health, housing essential to public safety, and related support services. Number 2, the city administrator should designate a staff member or contract with an external resource using the funds allocated in item number 1, whose role it will be to engage with service agencies working on the issues of mental and behavioral health, housing security and homelessness, and related public safety issues in our community, and to advance solutions through public-private partnerships. Number 3, the city administrator should solicit input or proposals from agencies or firms that desire to provide behavioral health co-responder services for the crisis response units beginning in FY23. Input should include, but not be limited to, costs, implementation plan, and success metrics. Responders should operate under the assumption that city funding will include at least the EMT paramedic resources required as part of a best practice solution. Number 4, the city administrator should solicit input or proposals from agencies or firms that desire to provide seasonal low-barrier shelter and/or sobering center services for all or part of the period from October 1, 2022 through March 31, 2023. Input should include, but not be limited to, location, costs, implementation plan, and success metrics. Case management services would ideally be included as a factor of success for the program. And number 5, the city administrator should provide regular progress updates and the results of number 3 and 4 above to council with all due haste, especially prioritizing number 2, as seasonal low-barrier shelter services will be required in just over 3 months. We want to assure all potential partners of our firm desire to improve public safety by working together on these problems in our community. We issue this statement to let you know that we value your work and look forward to working with you closely in the future. Thank you. So, yeah, and with that, I move that we already made the motion, so I don't have to say that last part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Ripsis. We have a motion and then seconded, so I'm going to just put a couple questions to you to clarify your motion a little bit. And if these result in friendly amendments, all the better. At the beginning of the list of 1 through 5,
yep.
It says to move forward, the fiscal year 23 budget should include the following. And some of these things to me don't read as budget items necessarily. They're the city administrator making these steps forward, blah, blah, blah. Would it make sense to change the word include to say instead the budget should be generally consistent with the following, or something that is less specific than include?
That would be fine. I think also we've seen things in the budget that certainly I think Councilmember Neese said was wanting to strike out some certain language in the budget. So it's not necessarily budget related, but yeah, I'm totally open to that.
And I'll just leave it up to you. If you've got a preference there, I'm just not sure. Or how would you envision this becoming part of the budget? Would this get attached to the document?
I'm happy to accept your proposed change there.
Okay. Is that consistent with whoever made the second, which was Councilmember Shaw? Okay. And then lastly, on item number 5, my hard copy said the results of number 2 and number 3, but when you read it, you said the results of number 3 and number 4.
That's right. I missed that in the proofreading. It should be number 3 and number 4.
Okay. That's it. So now discussion on the motion. Council, is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I can address, I agree with Councilmember Rupsis as far as words matter in the budget. And so we don't have a policy on this yet. There's a lot in this letter that I can probably get behind, but there's a lot that I can't. I really feel, for instance, I agree that if we raise the mills, which I'm not convinced we should, they need to be set aside in a pot that doesn't get spent, doesn't be advertised that we're going to spend it until we have a policy in place to what we know what we're going to do, how we're going to address it. And I'm not 100% sure I agree with where the money would be spent, as this letter mentions. We have a lot of services in our community that address some of these issues. And a lot of services that address these issues that we don't know about. And there's a lot of things in this that doesn't address as far as how to really get the city out of the hole that we're in as far as this mental illness, the homelessness, the causes, the impacts of that. And so I think there's a lot here that this doesn't address. I think this is more of a policy issue that we need to sit down with the community and the professionals and have more of a summit to discuss this, to create a policy and then decide when and if, how we're going to attack this and what items should be included in this, this process to alleviate that. So I'm not so sure. I mean, I really appreciate the appreciate this amendment. I appreciate the intent of this to let community partners know that we want to work with them. But I don't think, I've said it before, I don't think we're ready until we come up with a policy and what it is. This is trying to set the policy, which I appreciate because we've seen how budget kind of directs policy in the past. So I appreciate the fact he's trying to direct policy on this amendment. But I would like to have the discussion of the policy before we assess the 2 mills and move forward.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, Councilmember Gulick, Olin, and Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will be supporting this proposed amendment. I think it provides budget authority, but not spending authority. I think that's kind of explicit in it. And so I think there are still probably some things to be worked out still, but I think, in order for us to be a reliable partner with private sector and others in this community, we need to be clear with that we have an intention to move forward with this. I feel like we've had lots of presentations and discussion in general. Yes, we still don't have all the final pieces put together, but I think we need to put some intent out there, and I intend to support this because I think we need to have this in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Owen and then Councilmember Shaw.
Mayor, I have a question and then just a couple of comments, if that's all right.
Sure.
I'm not sure who the right person is to handle this question, Mayor, if it's you or Gina, but I was under the impression, maybe erroneously, that there's sort of a one topic per amendment convention, and this seems like a lot of topics in one amendment. Levying money, directing staff to execute certain activities, establishing policy, that seems like a lot for one amendment, and I'm just curious if that's custom or if they're designed to be more narrow.
I will gladly punt that to Gina.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I will say what I can about that. Generally, the budget consists of a lot of topics.
Yeah.
So generally, I think you're correct in that amendments usually come in much more of a narrow, they come much more narrowly and focused on a particular a line item or one particular area. But I think this is intended to, I can see why he did this in this way, just because the budget it does contain so many different departments, so many different areas. And so I'm not prepared to say that this is not appropriate, just given the very nature of how you all approve the budget. But you all can certainly parse things out.
Fair enough. And I guess that's sort of my overarching concern is I would love to see us have a debate on how many mil to levy as indicated sort of in the presentation, and then step into the conversation of if there's levy, what do we do with it? So one of my concerns, I think, is just the breadth of this amendment as not giving council members who may say, I'm with you on this, but maybe not these other two things, the opportunity to make those decisions. I do have a couple of other concerns, and I've shared some of these with Councilmember Roops. This is what I'll share them for the record as well. This amendment seems to be responding to a concern that if we don't do something, everyone's going to walk away from us. And I don't think that's true. I think one of the concerns that I've had with the public safety mill levies prioritization of the substance abuse and mental health funding period is that we don't have a plan. We have some strategies or some ideas or some tactics, but there's no comprehensive plan. We haven't discussed if we want to focus on crisis response, if we want to focus on crisis stabilization, or maybe even prevention. One of the hardest things to do is prevention, and maybe that's the highest and best use of tax dollars. We haven't had those discussions yet. We're only reacting to the public saying, hey, there's money, and we would sure like to have a piece of it, which I don't think is a good way to do policy. Absent a plan, then I am concerned in this economic climate, levying the 2 mil and holding them is irresponsible. People are struggling to make ends meet right now. And I think holding money saying we're probably going to figure this out in the fiscal year is not the right signal to send to the community. I think we should establish a plan with lots of community input and then levy. I don't think it's appropriate when people are struggling right now with inflation and costs and our budget is experiencing inflation to go out and levy something that we're not prepared to expend right away. I do think we should keep making progress on this. And I think one of the things that wasn't fully understood at the time this levy was passed was the marijuana revenue. This creates a new potentially $400,000 amount of money that would allow us to continue making a down payment on substance abuse and mental health without levying and putting an additional burden on the taxpayer that in this economic climate, they may not be prepared to absorb. And then lastly, I think this amendment, well-intentioned, vests too much in the city administrator. I think that council members clearly want to be involved in this. And so sending Chris off to do some things that I'm sure in his mind he thinks he already has done to some extent is not my preferred path forward. I think council members should lead. I think they should be directly involved in this. And so the overvesting of direction in the city administrator, I think, is unfair to a city administrator who's done tremendous work in this and to council members who may want to have more direct engagement. So I would hope we would have the opportunity tonight to vote on how many mil we levy for substance abuse and mental health. And then after we adopt the budget, come back to what we spend it on. And so I don't know how much of that we can resolve on this motion, but that would be my preference. So if the option is all of these things at once, I will be a no vote, but I would be open to a conversation about parsing some of these things out.
Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I hear that, and that makes sense to me too. I personally like the package as it is altogether. We have been hearing about a lot of these issues for many, many years, but there's just 2 points I want to make. One is that I think we're going to have a difficult time getting our community partners back to the table if we don't say, yes, we've decided to levy this funding. It will be available. We're going to decide what to do with it. I think we're going to have people drop out on us, and we're going to lose our chance to have any kind of a meaningful public-private partnership. The second piece is that I was one of the people that went out and gave a lot of presentations on the public safety levy, and we told so many people, everyone, this was going to be part of the package. So to me, there's a real credibility issue problem if the city decides not to levy it. Because I talked to many groups that said, you know, this is the reason why I'm supporting this, because the city's looking at this holistically. So while I'm sensitive to, you're right, we don't have it all figured out, I get pretty nervous about us backing off on a promise that we made to the public that they voted on. So that would be my pitch for supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Gosh, it is a lot of things in one package, and I appreciate council members' comments about their concerns about moving forward with this. I would like to say, though, that this is partly direction from previous councils. As our system works, every 2 years, there are new council members, not necessarily new ones, but sometimes they don't have the same background. Actually, I heard about the HOT team going back to 2019. Community innovations previous to the pandemic, during meetings, consistently talked about the idea of replicating models that were in other towns. The Police Advisory Board also, while it was doing its work, went into a lot of research on what other cities were doing to come up with these teams that come in when there's a crisis and try to figure out an appropriate way to handle the situation without involving necessarily emergency room visits and a lot of expensive public safety dollars. So I too was there with the presentations talking about this. I've had a tremendous number of emails, phone calls, and going back, I could go back and search my emails and found volumes of emails about what is the council doing about a person who is sitting in the stairwell at the parking garages. What is the council going to do about the person who's walking down the street talking to themselves? In the parks, over and over and over. So for me, if I just did a quick search, I would find thousands of emails that have these exact concerns. As the presentation was made to us, I know that not all questions have been answered, but I do know that this is not a new model. It's a model that's built off what has worked in other communities and then adapted to what we have right here in Billings with our concerns. So I will support this motion. I absolutely take the constituent calls where people are like, what are we doing? What are you doing? This was our attempt during the public safety presentations and 2 times to pass public safety mill levies to address this. So I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Purington has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I reviewed this with Tom, I sent him an email also regarding some of my concerns with it, that I felt like there were certain statements that were made that I did not agree with. I think the argument that we're going to lose our partnerships within Billings, there's a lot of partners in Billings, and I think when they know that there's money to be made available to them, then they will. I don't think they're going to go anyplace. The marijuana money has made a difference in this 2 mill levy that we can put forth. Personally, I would like to wait on that and see, and just for the same reasons that Councilmember Owens said, because I've kind of been harping on this. We don't know with the economy the way it is. Now, I know that just because the economy's bad doesn't mean that all of our troubles are going to go away either, but we have invested and we are continuing to invest in our public safety. One of the other things that I think really makes a difference in some of this for some of these other organizations is the Medicaid. Whether or not they're going to include some Medicaid money in this next legislature. Some of these programs won't happen because of that. So the programs need to be fairly sustainable. And if the city can partner with some of those in certain issues, or I don't know, I'm not really a big fan of helping them build their building, but I'm just saying that I think that this letter, I cannot support this letter as written. Tom, I appreciate your efforts, and I just have to give you kudos for stepping out there and doing some of these things, because I think you're being proactive, but I also think that there are so many elements that we have not addressed in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion, Councilmember Treaky?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, residents of Billings. Excuse me, there we go. I think the first thing that I want to say and point out that, yes, we are going through difficult economic times, and yes, taxes are a contribution to that. But I will point out that said, there was absolutely no one here tonight, online or here in the room, that came to us saying, please reduce our taxes. Nobody came here, and in fact, I don't remember anyone coming through any of the public comment periods that we had throughout this entire budget session with that specific message, other than other council people. But I have not heard it from the citizens of Billings. What I did hear throughout that entire process, when we went through the CPSM report and all of this, is that the city of Billings gave us a mandate to fix the quality of life here in our city. They came to us and said, yes, we need more law and order. But they also said, we need to start doing something about preventing the causes of these crimes and problems in our community. And these 2 mills are the basis of our tools of being able to do that. I do not want to face the people who told me, yes, we need to do something to start preventing crime, to start preventing violence, to start preventing these social issues in our city, and we need to do it now. We do not. The number of problems we need to face are huge, and the less than $1 million that we can throw at those problems this year, I cannot think of an appropriate way to say how small that amount of money actually is in terms of what needs to be done. We have to start someplace. A number of us have said over and over again, we need a process, we need a process. Yes, we need a process. We are part of a bureaucracy, and bureaucracies work on those processes. But part of a process of putting one in place is making recommendations for what that process should be and how to get to that process. And the only one that came up in any of this budget discussion about that was my recommendation that the city hire a consultant or a staff person to be responsible for figuring that out. And this, this motion, it at least acknowledges that. And what that means is we will have someone on staff who can actually start working on what that process will look like. I do not think that a committee of council members will be able to come together and come up with a process in less than a year. In fact, so we'll be sitting here a year from now saying, oh, let's not ask for these 2 mills because we don't have a process yet. No, we need to take a stand, we need to listen to the citizens of Billings, and we need to act now. One last point that I want to make. The CPSM report that drove this was one of the reasons that the Substance Abuse Connect went out to find partners to try to figure out how to do the critical response unit. And council, including council before I was here, was behind that and encouraging them to move along with that. That is a process. That is a very clear process. It may not be the one that any of us had in mind when we started this or the one that we wanted to use in order to do it, but it did follow a process. They talked to the people who would do the work, who could do the work, and they came up with a proposal that not only made sense fiscally, didn't cost the city very much money at all, and it gave us an opportunity to figure out how it was going to work and how to move forward in that area. So all I can say is, we're about to mill millions of dollars for law and order in order to go out there and put more cops on the street, which we've already done, in order to make sure that people who are breaking the law are being punished. Well, hey, let's step up and put $800,000 to work trying. We should be putting $800 million to work on it. But $800,000 to work on starting to prevent these problems instead of just reacting to them. So obviously, I'm in support of this.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Council Member Boyette hasn't spoken to it. Councilmember Boyette.
I might as well throw my 2 cents in. I've been the one that's from the very beginning say, let's collect the money. We asked the people for the money, they gave it to us. But I was the first one to say, I don't want to spend it until we figure out what to do with it. If we're here a year from now, Danny, and we haven't figured it out, I'll be the first one to say, give the money back. I'm just hoping that we, the city, can come up with something. I was kind of opposed to off the streets when it first started, till I went and viewed it. It worked. It seemed to be a good deal during the middle of winter. We need stuff like that. We really do. Does any of us have the answer? No. But I think this is the start. So I encourage you to vote for this only because I want to save the money that the people told us, and I want to start the process.
Thank you very much. Further discussion by any council member who hasn't addressed the issue, then we'll come back. I'll chime in. A lot of it's already been said, so I'll make it quick. But I do think the voters spoke. We were pretty specific in trying to address saying we wanted dollars to address the root causes of crime. I appreciate the need for a plan, but I don't know how we get that plan without the dollars to move forward with expertise and also to incentivize partners It has already been a year delay. This would be in an additional year. I think we would risk major kickback or blowback from our voters if we don't show that we're moving forward on this. Having the dollars will always accelerate that process. I think it's unrealistic to expect us to come up with the plan. The council members have spoken generally about that need. That's great. But the discussion has always been that this should be a private-public partnership. And this is not something we do. And so we need to incentivize those private partners and make sure that they're in the mix. We do have a credibility problem. Rimrock's withdrawal from this discussion, it's not hypothetical, it's real. They're probably the largest, most sophisticated, best substance abuse, mental health outfit, for lack of a better term, in Montana and the Northern Rockies. We've got to rebuild that trust, and I think this is one way to do that. And this statement is pretty informal. We can come back and change it. I'm sure we will. The thing that really matters is the assessment of the change to the budget, which is the assessment of the 2 mills. And that's consistent with a lot of what council members have said, that as long as they can support that, as long as it doesn't commit us to a particular spending mechanism. And at this point, it doesn't, so I will support the statement. Anything else from people who haven't addressed it? And we'll go back to Council Member Owen. No, Council Member Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for the sponsor of the amendment, if that's all right. I disagree with the characterization that no other council member has put forward strategies. I certainly have. And one of them that's important to me is that we at least consider approaching this as a fee-for-service option. One of my big concerns is that by putting one entity in a favored position, that we could be disruptive to a marketplace that already really is underserving. I mean, there's not enough people in the community to serve the need. And so I'd rather see us at least consider an option where multiple people can participate in at least the substance abuse and mental health provision of services. Probably doesn't make as much sense for the housing, but I could argue that both ways. And so I guess I'm just wondering about your openness to including a fee-for-service proposal in addition to an RFP/grant-making process in this amendment.
Thank you. Actually, I don't think the statement or any of the considerations actually direct us to a particular type of model. Right, so I don't think that's ruled out by what we've written here. And certainly, I think if anybody comes forward with inputs or proposals on how to set something like that up, I would hope we would consider that.
So when you say 3 and 4, you're not directing the city administrator to write an RFP and send it out?
No.
Okay.
It could be soliciting input or getting, we were purposefully open to whatever process he might want to follow that way to get stuff in front of us as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote on the motion? Okay, is the motion clear? If so, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council Members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Chiriki, Boyette, and Rupsis. If you're voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council Members Neese, Owen, Tidswell, and Purington. Motion passes 7-4. So we have the base motion. It's now been amended on the 2 mil issue with a little gloss of this statement. We've got at least 20 minutes before our usual break time. Council, how would you like to proceed? Councilmember Owen?
Mayor, I'm wondering if maybe we could try to stay in fund. So could we try to work through other public safety fund amendments and then maybe go into parks amendments or general funds? I mean, can we keep in subject matter?
That would be fine. And I'll also just try to make sure that we have multiple input from multiple council members within that. But the 2 mil core that goes to these issues is certainly critically important. So if you had something in mind or anybody else did along those topic lines in the way of amendments or further discussion on the now amended motion, that would be appropriate on the floor. Is there anything along those categories? And you can come back to it, I guess, because it may be hard to differentiate what's what. Let's do it this way. Well, did you have something you wanted to offer there?
I have other public safety fund amendments, but not related to the mills. It sounds like that issue's been dispensed, the vote has happened. There's no reason to laboriously go through 1 mil, 2 mil, whatever.
So if you have something that's not inconsistent with that, then shoot away.
So I would like to offer up my amendment 0-6, which is out of the public safety fund. So I would like to see us in the police department increase the operations line item by $75,000 to be used for community-wide crime prevention activities. The police department in this budget I'm going to offer that amendment, and then I will speak to it if there's a second.
Thank you very much. 0-6 is on page 15 of the list of 30.
Second for discussion.
And there is a second from Councilmember Nee, so
Thank you.
feel free to speak to your motion.
So one of the things identified in the police department budget is to increase volunteer recruitment and crime prevention activities. And I just think it's appropriate that we fund that really aggressively. One of my concerns with the 2 mil on substance abuse and mental health is that we're just not doing enough on prevention. It's mostly response and enforcement, which is important, but I'd like to see us elevate prevention as well. So this would take carryover funds from fiscal year 22, unspent funds in the public safety fund, and rather than put them into reserves, take 75,000 and put them into community-wide crime prevention. So there's no overall increase in funding. It's simply, instead of dumping something into reserves, it's putting it into crime prevention.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, Councilmember Owen, then that's a one-time expenditure in fiscal year 23, but using fiscal 22
Yes, Mayor.
Reserves.
That's correct.
And we'll need some confirmation from Bandy that those exist, but I think they do. So further discussion, Councilmember Neese?
I think prevention is very important. And I think that if this is a one-time, I appreciate that and I like that and I'd like to see it, but I'd like to see that somehow become a permanent. We have the marijuana or the cannabis money that's coming in. That could be an easily option to then make sure that some of that money is diverted to prevention the next fiscal year. And so those are, I agree. I'll support this amendment, but I would like to see it go further. I know Councilman Chirichi talks a lot about education. I think that has to do a lot with this. And so I think we need to move this, not only this time, but also in the future to make this more of a permanent funding.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Gulick.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Maybe this is a question for Chief St. John. Is there a person who actually has the job that this $75,000 could, how would you, do you have an idea of how you might use that $75,000 for public education on crime prevention?
Can I ask Councilmember, I apologize for the insult.
The demotion.
Historically, that's mayor. But, we'll pass on that. Thank you. We'll certainly take any additional dollars that you would like to give us for program enhancement. Obviously, our crime prevention tied with our public information and public relations is very, very, very integral. And when I talk about what the police department looks like, describe it as a four-legged stool, and that is one of the legs, the prevention side of the shop. As the council member proposes, generally, at the end of the year, we have additional funds that we haven't spent. We're doing much better than we have in years past because our positions are filled. Again, if that's the direction, because when we have additional funds, we use that to get things that we couldn't get otherwise outside of this. And so that's when, that's how we use the extra money. If the direction is to use some of the extra money for this, again, benefits the program and what it is that we want to do. How much that is right now, I mean, we're being very, very careful because from day to day, you can say you guys are doing great, and the next day you're not doing great, don't buy anything. So we need to be very, very careful to what that looks like. Generally, again, Andy cringes when we say bottom line on our budget. That's not even in his vocabulary there, but that's kind of how we would look at stuff at the end of the year, so we don't go over.
Okay, thank you. Chief, while we've got you, if I can just put another question to you, I wonder if you could describe for the council the city's crime reward program. This is something I've been interested in. I was frankly shocked a year or so ago when I learned that that doesn't exist. We don't offer rewards. We have some money, minor dollar amounts for confidential informants. The Crime Stoppers program is funded by the Breakfast Exchange Club to the tune of $3,000 or $4,000 a year typically. Do I have my facts right? And could these dollars be used to beef that up in some form? Because I'm inclined to support this if part of it could be used to for a reward program.
Certainly, Mayor. So a couple of things that you're talking about there, and let's talk about Crime Stoppers program specifically. You are absolutely correct. It is funded in its entirety by any monies that the Breakfast Exchange Club brings in. They donate, they pay for the training, the logistics, and our crime prevention officer manages it. It's low amounts of reward money because we want people to come back. If you give them a big one, then they may not come back. So there was one big one that resulted in the identification and subsequent arrest of a serial rapist. But for property crime type stuff, pretty small amounts of money. Understand that the Breakfast Exchange Club has had some issues raising funds as well. I'm not sure where their status is with their beer sales at the Metra. Not sure what that is, but that was obviously a big fundraiser. As far as anything that we give to informants or people that help us solve cases outside of Crime Stoppers, a lot of that comes from our drug forfeiture and our HIDA grant. And there are specific line items in there called PEPI, which is for purchase of evidence and purchase of informants. And so there is a line item that we have cash to do that. That doesn't reward people for giving us information for the arrest and conviction of somebody. That is to help develop a case. So two separate concepts. Outside of a citizen or Mr. Kukulski deciding he wants to reward somebody, there is no other funding mechanism to award somebody for giving us information or helping us out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor McGill, get your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I also am very supportive of preventive activities, and I think this could be more generally towards prevention, but specifically speaking to SEPTED, the crime prevention through environmental design. At my house, I used to have in the alley, I live next to an alley. What's that? That's a different amendment. SEPTED's a different amendment. Different amendment. Very good.
Yep. Stay tuned.
I will. Yes.
I think.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. Okay. Okay. Very good. Anything else in the way of Councilmember Trickey? And do you want the chief here?
No. No, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
You can go. Director Zoller. So a number of the proposals that we have sitting in front of us are asking for funds to come from the reserve contribution from 2022. Do we have an idea of what that is?
I can't answer that specifically what that is, but I am confident that there will be 125,000 with the two potential amendments, 75 being one of them, available within the general fund public safety funds. Just looking at police alone, they did have some vacancy savings which have been identified. There are also some small office supply equipment line items that are likely going to remain not unspent, but with available budget. So as long as these are one time, at least initially, then I'm confident that there will be funds available.
And you're referring to all the ones that are listed in here all the proposals that council members have made, or just this one? Because that reference is made a number of times.
I'm only aware of two that Councilmember Owen made
I thought
that
there was
relied
another
on FY22 reserves. So
But those two you're aware of?
for
Okay.
those two, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, back to Councilmember Owen.
I just wanted to address the concerns because I think they're well placed and I should have said this. So I did consult with Andy ahead of time. And it is the case that it's hard to know exactly what reserves will be until the end of the year is settled up. But there are, and I had spoken with the chief about this as well, in the animal control line, there are 2 FTE that have been unfilled for a while. I had originally drafted these amendments to take those 2 FTE and the chief threatened for me not to do that. And I agree. I think we should fund our animal control officers well. So this was the way to do that without taking those FTE positions. So this would leave those 2 positions, which have been vacant for all of FY22, intact for fiscal year 23, and just simply take the unspent dollars and carry them over. So that is the genesis of how these funding amounts arose. And I also wanted to not start carving up marijuana revenue yet, because I thought we shouldn't do that yet.
Thank you, Councilmember Owen. While we have you, you heard my comments about a reward component. Do you have any objection or concern to that being a possible use of these crime prevention dollars?
I do not. So if council members were to look at their budget document, on page 145, the police department identifies a crime prevention goal of increasing the number of volunteers and services offered in the community. Among that is re-energizing neighborhood watch, getting volunteer involvement, boosting crime prevention efforts, offering more classes, building relationship with the citizens. I would think that a crime reward program would fall well within that concept.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mayor. We go back to the very discussion about plans. Here we are going to give $75,000 to the chief, and he didn't really have a good plan. I mean, be honest.
So I think he does. That's what I just read. I mean, this is his goal, and I'm just saying let's fund his goal.
Okay, but then we need to have some specific goals in mind for the $75,000 in mind, and have some accountability at the end to say, did this work or didn't it work?
Thank you very much. Consistency is sometimes overrated, you know. We appreciate the point. Any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, is the motion clear? If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. I'm not hearing any nays. I guess that motion passes unanimously. We've still got 5 or 6 minutes for the usual. Anything else we can do? Councilmember Owen, you want to talk SEPTED?
No, I'd like to do 7 first, if I could, which is the domestic violence amendment. So I would make a motion to offer Owen 7.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Neese seconded this last one. And it's made and seconded. Councilmember Owen, you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this is much the same as the previous amendment, which is why I wanted to offer them back to back. This would increase the investigations line under the police department by $50,000 to be used to increase resources for investigations related to domestic violence. Like the previous amendment, these amounts of dollars would come from unspent FY22 funds, and after a consultation with Director Zeller, he suggested that I also include FY23 unspent funds in the animal control line item, just in case the FY22 was not enough, and assuming again that FY23 funds won't be immediately expended upon July 1st, so there might be 5 or 10,000 left over at the end of the year. But again, the intent is to get these all from FY22 unspent funds. Much like the crime prevention, I think domestic violence is something that we need to prioritize. It is very consistent with the CPSM report. The CPSM report made a number of recommendations on restructuring domestic violence. Among them is one that I don't believe has been achieved yet, which is potentially the establishment of a multi-jurisdictional family violence unit. That is something that CPSM recommended. It's something that I think we have in a single jurisdiction now. We have our municipal attorneys and our local investigators working together. But among the things that I would encourage the police department to consider with these funds is establishment of that family violence unit for the purpose of investigations and prevention. as recommended by the CPSM report. We've talked before about the incredibly staggering numbers of domestic violence charges in this community, which we know reflects perhaps only 25% of the crimes. So I won't repeat those numbers because I've given them before. In my opinion, if we're going to tackle crime prevention and crime reduction in this community, domestic violence is where we should start and where we should put more resources. There's always things that come up in the course of a domestic violence investigation that need to be funded. And then in addition, as I said, I would like to see us at least consider establishing a family violence unit and the attendant technical assistance and training that would go with that. Those are the reasons that I offer up this 50,000 amendment.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion, and I'll just ask Andy a question. In the past, when we've had unused dollars and they've flowed forward into reserves, it provides a cushion when some natural disaster happens or some major piece of equipment blows up or something slides into a BBWA ditch, just to use a hypothetical. We have those funds. In this case, if we're using those up, we won't have those funds, or we'll have a smaller cushion. Can you tell us what kind of cushion we were looking at with the proposed budget that we will have for those unexpected contingencies over and above the so-called minimum number that you've established, which is not legally required, but you've established it. So, go ahead.
So the budget, the proposed budget has a estimated ending fund balance in the general fund of $48,000 or $50,000. But that is all based initially upon what beginning fund balance is. And we estimated that back in March when we were preparing the budget to give to you. And there's a lot of assumptions made at that point. Obviously, the closer we are to the end of the fiscal year, we can kind of refine those assessments or those assumptions. And I'm still very comfortable that there will be funds remaining above that minimum reserve, but it will be small. We're thinking it's going to be 50,000. It may end up being 150 or 250,000. So I think there will be some savings there, but you're right, Mayor, it will be small relative to the size of the budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Tens of thousands of dollars, maybe best case scenario, a couple hundred, but not millions.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, discussion, we do have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion or questions for staff before we proceed to a vote? Is the motion clear? Okay, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. We're at 7:30, but we're on a roll. Anything further before we take a break? Anything further? Okay, we'll take a break, and it is 7:29. We'll try to come back as close to 7:20, 7:35, definitely before 7:40. Thank you. It is warm. Okay, we are all back. We were on the topic of public safety budget amendments. So are there other proposals along those lines, dealing in the world of public safety? Anything else before we move off that topic? Council Member Purington.
Couldn't find my raised hand. The only other thing that I would really like to address, and I don't know if you want to do it during public safety, but it's the FTE for another downtown police officer. I understand that the Downtown Association will pay for that. I can't remember what the amount was, but that doesn't pay for the actual hiring of an extra police officer, the training and all of that goes along with it. And that's just adding one more police officer that I feel like that we kind of did that with public safety mill levy.
Councilman Purington, so that's not a specific amendment, but there's probably a question in there. Would you like?
I'll make a motion. Okay, well then I'll make a motion.
Well, or you can also just put it as a question. I just wasn't sure who you wanted to address it, if that's how you wanted to proceed.
Well, I guess if you want to, let's go ahead and just see if there's, any flavor for it. And I'll just go ahead and make a motion that would delete the downtown FTE as part of that full, additional employees.
Okay. Motion is to delete the downtown police officer position.
I'll make a motion for discussion because I had some questions about that same thing. I'm sorry, yeah, I'll second that for discussion. I had some questions about that as well.
Okay. So we have a motion. It's been seconded. Discussion now on that motion. Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm not quite sure, Councilmember Purington, what costs that you're seeing that the Downtown Business Alliance isn't paying for, I'm sorry, DBA or whoever that entity is, that they're paying for. So what are these costs that you see coming back to the police department? I'm just not clear on.
Councilmember Joyce, since Councilmember Purington said she wasn't sure about that either, I'm going to just ask the chief and or Andy to comment on how those costs get divided up.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Essentially, when we have private entities that want to provide us with police officers, we charge them what an entry-level officer is. However, when they get their officer, it's at somebody that's got some time on, so they're getting paid at a higher rate. That's the difference that we will pay, whatever the entry level versus the level of officer that goes to that particular position. From the outset, though, they're paying for entry level officer and all the equipment and stuff to outfit them. And of course, we have the training that goes along with that. So it's a win-win for us. It's the same deal that we have with the school district, same situation that we have with the clinic, is that we have skin in the game. We're not just saying, here's what it costs for this particular officer. We have skin in the game. You're looking at for the schools, the clinic, and for argument's sake, you have communities within a community in those areas there that if you don't have extra bodies, you're calling people off the beat, off the street to go handle those. So for us, it's a win-win. It's a great program, great support, and really for a fraction of the cost of an officer, we get it. We get a full body for that. That's what the benefit is for us. Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Chief, you just throw us a rough idea of what that differential is between the entry-level person and the typical level of experience?
So again, it's our entry level. Annie, can you help me out with a 78606? So let's just say that we're going to be somewhere in the a 5 to maybe 10-year officer that would go over there. They're eligible at 3 years. And so, whoever puts in for it and gets it. So, $100 or so more, I guess, depending on what the level is. It's really,
Per pay period?
yeah, depending on what the level is.
So on an annual basis, we're
Can you
talking.
give me what our cost is? 15 to 20,000.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So Chief, when you're saying you actually have to hire another police officer in order to fill this spot, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, further discussion on the motion, Councilmember Owen and Neese.
Chief, can you remind me what hours of day the downtown police officers patrol?
Generally, they're very flexible depending on what's going on. You'll see them mainly in the daytime and the afternoon shift. We supplement that with bike officers during the summertime, so you'll see them up to midnight or later, but primarily during the daytime. And then they'll work, have different days off so they can cover the majority of the week, to include Friday and Saturday primarily.
So would this new person then would it expand coverage, or would it be a third person on at the same time?
Third person, but again, they can set their schedule and their days off however DBA wants. They basically own that particular person. And then, of course, staff up special events that are taking place down there. And if I can clarify, I think I gave bad information. I know I did to Councilmember Purington. The DBA gets a veteran officer. When they hire them, the new body comes on the bottom and goes into the patrol ranks. That's where we backfill.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese and Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thanks for explaining this, because I had some questions about it, but did I hear you say that they also pay for the equipment?
Yes.
And so that's a one-time expense that they actually cover?
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know. And then this is paid for solely by the DBA, so the businesses downtown are actually funding this?
Correct.
If the DBA changes their mind and wants to go back to 2 officers, what happens to that officer?
We will, that officer's position either gets absorbed back into patrol or goes away through attrition.
Okay, so if it gets absorbed, then that 78,000 would then go into probably hit your budget somehow.
That is correct, but I'm standing at a deficiency of 8 right now, so your scenario is probably not likely to
If you were
play
full,
out.
you'd probably get it filled pretty
Correct.
quickly. Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. I think those are all the questions I had.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to Councilmember Owen's question. Again, I'm not speaking for the DBA, but in conversations with them, they have indicated that they would like to have the third officer be more evening hours and to try and offset the other 2, which I think is a good plan, and just so you know. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything further before we move to a vote? Councilmember Neese.
I seconded this mainly for questions and discussion. I would withdraw my second because I would vote against this anyway.
Okay,
So
is there an alternate second? Councilmember Boyette.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Purington?
and with the chief's explanation, I was going to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Well, somebody else wants to make the motion, that goes away, we'll move on. Okay, so thank you for the discussion and for the information.
Thank you, Mayor.
Other public safety related amendments. Are there any other public safety related amendments? Okay. Are there any other amendments on any other topic? Any other, Councilmember Ripsis?
Sure. Well, I'm getting the eyes, so maybe it's time to talk parks now, I guess. Thank you. I would like to make my... Sorry, I missed the button. Thank you. So I would like to propose RUPSIS 1 amendment, add 1 FTE to hire a project manager for the Parks Department using the existing PD1 budget.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Triki? Councilmember Ripsis, did you want to speak to your motion?
Just real briefly, we've talked about this in the past. This is a critical need for the Parks Department. We've all seen projects that just kind of languish and take longer than they need to. Project management skills, be they cost management, schedule management, risk management, stakeholder management, simple things like doing lessons learned at the end of a project so we get that continuous quality improvement that we need in our Parks Department. It's a skill that's missing. They've needed it for many years. We tried putting it forward as the Parks Board for many years and never got there. So I finally get to actually put that out there now, and I hope you'll support this addition. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion. Councilmember Neese.
I guess I have a question for regarding that, because as I understand, and maybe I'm wrong in this, what this position will do, because don't we have a parks planner now?
We do have a parks planner, and I'm specifically talking about a project manager. So they're complementary skills. The parks planner, Mark Jarvis, is very skilled at designing what needs to be in a park, designing the amenities, engaging with people to figure out what we want in our park system. He also has skills that we don't use. He sends out a lot of RFPs, which costs a lot more money to do master plans and other things for small projects. Where if he had the actual capacity to do it, that's his core skill set, and he would be able to do those things himself. Project management would be, once the project is approved and we have a definite scope of something that needs to be done, they would take that and shepherd that all the way through to get that project done on time, on budget, and with good communication. I think that's one of the biggest pieces that's missing. If you talk to people that have been engaged with parks projects from the community side, they just always feel like that communication is lacking, and that's a core skill of project management.
Mayor, follow up on that, please?
Please.
And Chris, this may be to you, because as far as changing it from a parks planner to a project manager, if I understand, didn't we hire a project manager here recently in the facilities department? And is there any capacity for our current project managers to really take on some of the roles and charge the parks department for that?
So Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, yes, we have added that skill set on facilities, but I would emphasize we own tens of millions of dollars of facility assets, and we're still dealing with the hailstorm. So there's plenty of projects for them to do, particularly as we look at the future of projects. So I'm pretty confident that we don't have the capacity to turn around and have that person do this work for parks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ripsis, you want to come on?
Just to tag on to that, we're actually hurting right now because we took our volunteer coordinator, Paul Reinhardt, and pulled him off of coordinating volunteer activities so that he could help manage some of these projects going through with the CDBG funds. So we're actually losing double right now in the fact that we don't have people out volunteering in the parks. We don't have things like ribbon cuttings when we open up new playgrounds and those types of things. We're missing out on a lot right now.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion, Councilmember Owen.
I just have a question, and given your expertise in the Parks Department, I'd just like to hear your thoughts. There is a tremendous amount of maintenance that is needed in our parks. So I'm unclear as to how we run a surplus when there's so much need. So I guess I just want to make sure, do you anticipate that this project manager would result in that surplus diminishing because they'd get more done? Help me think through that a little.
Honestly, and Chris probably would say this more eloquently than I would, but I think the Parks Department and all the departments in the city, honestly, run with such a mindset of trim and lean that I think they just are very conservative when they estimate their budgets and always come in. We've looked at years of budgets, 5 to 8 years of budgets in the Parks Department, and it's always the O&M side that's under, right? That we have the CIP that we budget for, and that $1.3 million or plus is for capital. But that remaining amount for O&M generally comes in under, and I think they're just being very conscientious and very, very lean in their operations. So the expense, the cost of that being lean is that our capital projects take much longer than they need to, right? We're accessing that money and holding on to it much longer and not getting the value to the community.
Thank you. Further discussion. Councilmember Neese, we'll come back to you as soon as I'm sure that other council members don't have anything. Any further discussion or questions from other council members? Don't see any, so Councilmember Neese?
So just to clarify, this is going to add on the page 8.6 of our budget, one more FTE, so it'll go from 15 to 16?
Councilmember Rupsis, that's my understanding, correct?
Yes, I don't know if the page number is right, but that's, yeah, we would get from 15 to 16.
Yeah, and this is all laid out on page, what?
It would add an FTE, but again, it doesn't change the assessment since we're using budgeted dollars.
Right, thank you.
Page 6.
Yeah, and in our 30-page staff report or the list, it's page 28 is the further discussion. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, I will proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Hey.
Councilmembers Owen and Purington voted in the negative, and also Councilmember Neese. Motion passes 8-3. Further, now we're in the world of parks, I guess. So are there other parks-related proposals? Councilmember Ripsis.
All right, thank you. I'd like to introduce my second amendments. I would like to move that we authorize $100,000 of existing PD1 budget or reserves to be put into a dedicated fund for matching grants towards small parks projects.
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Ripsis, you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you. And again, I've already spoken to this a couple times in previous weeks. This is something that we have looked for, and I know the mayor has pushed for a number of years. One of the things that I'd really like to encourage staff to do is to use this fund and really help engage the Partners for Parks Foundation to give them a platform to go out to private donors and essentially double their money by making contributions to our parks and improving our amenities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Since I've heard the mayor speak about this for so many years, I just feel an obligation to make it happen.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington?
So it says over the past 5 years that PD1 has always run at least $200,000 under budget. So are you proposing that this is an ongoing program? Because I think you're saying to establish an annual $100,000 matching funds grant. So would in the event that we don't have that extra 100,000, or do we just have to have it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I imagine this will have to be something that has to be reauthorized every year. This is not an automatic renewal of anything. But we have looked back, much more than 5 years. Just for the sake of this, I only went back 5 years. But last year when we did the analysis of the PD1 reserves, we went back to the very beginning. And of course, that extra budget had allowed us to build up a healthy reserve in that fund, which is good. But we need to be putting those monies to better use in the community.
Okay, to that clarification, so this is a one-time allocation that would have to be reauthorized as any line item year after year. Okay, further discussion. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm concerned about starting this. I think, Mayor, when you've talked about it, I've always tend to oppose this because I believe when we start seeking donations, we start getting donors directing the parks and where to go and things like that. I'd like to see some specifications on how these donations are going to work. And maybe if this does get passed, I don't see any in here like the other letter of intent that you had where it says the funds will not be spent until there's some rules governing how this goes. Because it seems like to me, as soon as this passes, the first person who comes and applies with a grant, a matching grant of $100,000 will get awarded the money. So I am concerned about, again, the process of, it's a great idea, although I don't tend to like those type of ideas, but we're going to put the money out there and we're going to have donors directing what the parks should be doing instead of the council and the Parks Department. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As I kind of imagine this, we've had the dog park people come to council year after year and say, we're ready to go, we have money, we fundraised, but we can't get there. And so we really need to make sure that when there are the people out there fundraising, Poly Vista, Landon's Legacy, the dog parks, that we're able to really keep that project going forward. I mean, they were willing to put up costs for a fence and X number of things, but they needed us to partner with them, and we didn't do that. So I think this is where we can really fill a need and move things forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Rowan.
I have a question and then I want to make a couple comments. Do you worry at all with this amendment that we might sort of, I think a little bit of what Councilmember Neese said, that we might end up having funds taken away from priority parks or parks that are in process, that maybe you would have an ambitious neighborhood group on a smaller, lower priority park consuming these funds and preventing us from using it to complete parks already in development? You know, are those things concerns?
It doesn't really concern me because the dollar amount is relatively small.
Yeah.
Right? There's not a whole, you're not going to put in huge amenities with $100,000. So if we had suddenly 20 neighborhoods coming to us saying, you know what, we've got a $5,000, we'll raise $5,000 on our own if you'll match it, I think that's a great place to be.
So do you see it as primarily a fundraising incentive versus a grant writing? Because I would also have a concern that if 10 grants go out, then we have parks in our city competing against each other.
I do. I don't see it as going to look for large grants, more so small projects and getting neighborhoods involved.
Okay. So conceptually, the idea of a matching funds grant, I'm fine with. I like that idea. I'm going to vote against this only because it's in PD1 and we're working on a larger funding strategy. So my commitment is I will work with you on this in our larger funding strategy, but I'm going to vote against this tonight just because it's in PD1 and I think we need to figure out the bigger funding strategy. So that's where I am on this.
Okay. Councilor Ripsos, just a question for you to Councilor Neese's point. I don't, the best is always the worst enemy of the good. And if we just wait to develop our more plans, okay, we put it off a year and then we'll forget about it or something like that. So I think we need to move forward personally. But he still makes a good point that there could be some policies. We do have some donor policies in the Parks Department otherwise that probably should be looked at. Would you have any concern with just adding a sentence in that amendment text that's, that directs staff to consider and develop any policies that might help administer this plan? I don't know the exact wording, but something along those lines.
Yeah, honestly, I had assumed that we would have to develop policy around this, and I didn't try to get into that detail in the amendment. So, yeah, it's my assumption that we will develop policies, and like I said, I'd really like to see them encourage or find ways to engage the Partners for Parks Foundation in this, that they can really be, accelerate their own growth in that regard. And Councilmember Owen, I hear the concern about being too soon or too late, honestly, in the lifespan of PD1, which is why, honestly, I don't worry about this becoming a long-term type thing because it's going to have to be replaced.
Okay, Councilor Ripsos, I know you said that was your intent, but just so we can be very specific, in the amendment text, did you have any problem to including a sentence that said, staff is directed to develop a policy to administer this fund?
No.
Okay. And if that's part of your motion, Councilmember Joy, you had the second, you give the thumbs up. So I guess that's a friendly amendment to that text. Councilmember Boyette?
Also, I think we mentioned that it needs to be indicated that it's a one-time only in the motion as well.
Okay, and I think we should strike the word annual. Might accomplish that. Would that, okay? Councilmember Rupsis, you said sure, so we can strike the word annual. Councilmember Joy, that's okay with you? Okay, so that word comes out. I'll just comment on the policy issue. I agree with Councilmember Rupsis. Anything is good, but I do think that there's a tendency to favor whoever is in front of you now. And so if staff really wants to have a selection, one way to avoid that is just to have a schedule where you solicit applications and then you bring them in together, and once a year or twice a year, you can make some relative judgment rather than just having one pop up on your desk one day. So that would be my recommendation, that there be some schedule. Okay, further discussion, Councilmember Neese?
And when this passes, I'm sure there'll be support for it. So will this be available for a one donation of $100,000 if someone matches that? Or are you saying that you want to limit it to smaller amounts? I didn't quite catch that.
I have no direction on that.
Okay, so it wouldn't
honestly, if somebody wants to come forward with $100,000,
okay.
when was the last time we turned that away?
Just wanted to make sure if you wanted to see that
Or
spread around.
10,000 conversely.
Yeah, spread around more, or if you just.
But that's the
wanted
sort
to-
of thing that a policy might address, that it's
Right.
not worth, the staff effort for $500 donations, for
Right.
example. There
Right.
should be some minimum
Right.
to
I agree.
justify the staff involvement. Okay, good discussion. Thank you. Any further discussion on this motion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, with those various friendly amendments, is the motion clear? Okay, so if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition were Councilmember Owen and Neese. So only Owen and Neese, motion passes 9-2. Further parks-related amendments, are there any? Councilmember?
Did you want to do yours? Oh, no, mine, I won't get seconds on mine, but I'll propose that.
Okay.
You go ahead, Tom. Well, let's finish up
Councilmember
yours.
Ripsis.
All right, thank you. My third and final amendment. So number 3, I move that we restore the $336,000 in capital budget cuts under PD1, restoring the PD1 assessment to the full budget and the full amount, I guess. And then to offset that increase so that we don't have incremental taxpayer impact, I propose we delay the $300,000 project for engineering on 36th Street West until FY24 and reduce the street maintenance district assessment by the same amount.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Rupsis, second by Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Rupsis, you want to speak further to your motion?
Thank you. Just for clarity's sake, this is a close to net zero impact on property owners. I believe there's a little difference in how the assessments are done. So if you did, up and down by the same amount, there might be a few pennies difference. But the idea here is that we have a playground in a vulnerable area that has been delayed, even though it was on the CIP. It's been delayed, and the PD1 assessment has been reduced by that, along with some irrigation projects, which actually save the city money. And on the other hand, we have a street engineering project in Ward 5. So I'm not putting anybody else out here, but it's in our ward. And the only thing that we've heard from the neighbors along there is they're not terribly excited about it. So I don't know that we have a huge need for this right now in this year. So I just ask that we delay that 1 year.
Okay, discussion. Councilmember Treaky.
Just to be clear, this is the section of 36 between Central and Broadwater? That's right. Okay. And Director Milling, do we have any safety concerns or anything like that that would come up by delaying this by another year?
So this particular project is a collector. It's based on, the timing on it right now is based on the fact that 32nd is seeing a lot of traffic. People are having a hard time accessing that. So 32nd gives people in that neighborhood a way to access through Central. A little bit more convenient, obviously, in a way. Yes, it comes down to safety because people aren't jumping out in traffic when they really don't have time. So it's why we programmed this one. Obviously, we have 20 other projects. I'm happy to slip in there if you don't like that project.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Neese?
Debbie, this is a gravel street you're doing, correct? And do you have to get the residents' approval to do those gravel streets?
So that no one's addressed to this street.
No one's addressed to this
Right,
street.
so given
this
they're all
is
residential and nobody's addressed it, and it's a collector.
So this is one of the ones the city has to pay the whole
Right.
cost to develop? Okay. And
I
so
think
what's,
I think there are assessments on the west side for the school.
okay.
There'd be a sidewalk and that kind of thing on the west side they'd be assessed for.
And so you mentioned, as far as this would alleviate some traffic, do you know what the traffic count is going to be like that on it now and what it will be?
Off the top of my head, I don't have those. A lot of our collectors run around 5,000 to 7,000 vehicles per day. I'm not sure if that would be in there or not. We have some as low as 2,000 to 3,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Rivers, you want to comment?
Just a point of justification for why I think this could probably be delayed. 35th Street West serves that same function. It's fully paved and it goes between Central and Broadwater. So there currently is a through street that's acting as that collector. That's another reason why I kind of felt like putting this off 1 year isn't going to really impact much of anybody.
Okay, back to Councilmember Neese.
I'm sorry, Debbie, I have another question for you. Is the Public Works okay with postponing this another year? This is the, design phase of it, correct? So that'll put off the actual project, another year after that?
It is. Can I answer? I need to answer the question a different way. You're not putting this off. You're taking $336,000 out of street maintenance money. So you're losing purchasing power. I mean, it's not like this is just sliding. This is taking $336,000 away.
Okay.
So all those other needs we have, and there are a lot of needs, it's not just delaying it. It's taking that money. So you're losing that purchasing power for streets and the other things we use it for. Can we delay this a year? Sure. I mean, there's nothing magical about this year as far as this project.
Okay, so if I clarify that is, so you're saying that even though this motion is to delay the project, you may not delay the project, it's just the money that you're losing?
The way I understand this is this would lower the street maintenance revenue for this year and it would increase parks. So you're lowering street maintenance, so it doesn't just come back unless we're going to raise street maintenance $336,000 next year on top of what we have. Otherwise, it's just money that's gone. And then, of course, you're trying to find money to do that through next year's budget and that sort of thing. So it just, pushes us back a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions for staff? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I guess I'll speak up for Highland Park. Yeah, I went there. My grandmother, when I was a girl, many years ago, my grandmother, my grandparents lived on the south side and in what is now the Triangle, but wasn't at the time. And my grandmother said, "Oh, I don't think I want you to go to South Park." So we always went to Highland Park. It's in a location where it fills a very important need. And I guess budgets are the time when you have to decide apples and oranges and how they weigh together. And parks are just really important for children and adult safety, and it's also for their well-being. And I'm just going to think that Highland Park really kind of deserves this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purinton?
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. I didn't look back on that 2017 list for the Parks Department. Where's the Highland Park priority? That might be Mr. Whitaker, or I'm not sure.
Okay. Mike, you want to address that?
Councilmember Puritan, as it relates to Highland Park, what needs to be replaced is the playground equipment. We think we can get one more year out of it, but that could change at any time. So it is a high priority. Things do change on a regular basis, depending on the environment, the amount of use it gets. But as of right now, Highland Park could last another year or 6 months.
So you did not have that as part of your priorities for this coming fiscal year?
Councilmember Puritan, it was in the CIP.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate your answers. And just at this point, I'm really inclined to go with the infrastructure of improving our streets. That's getting to be a pretty busy area. So I will support this motion or amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote. Okay, this is, if the motion is clear, again, to restore that $336 to capital budget under PD 1, but delay or at least remove $300,000 from Public Works for 36th Street project. That's the motion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Voting in opposition were Council Members Purington and Boyette. So that passes 9 to 2. We're on parks. Anything else related to parks? Okay. Anything else related to anything else? Councilmember Treaky.
I have I have 53 for administration, but I'm only going to do one.
That's our lucky day.
Only 53.
Yeah.
Ready, Kevin?
So I move that we increase the council contingency fund to $50,000.
Okay, and pretty straightforward. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Joy?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Trickey, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think that the council, as it currently is formatted, is a much more activist council than we've seen for a number of years. I think that there are a number of different problems that we are facing that we have no idea how to address or deal with at this point in time. So I think that council having the flexibility and the opportunity to respond quickly to these things is going to be very important in this next year. I could list off the long category of things that I think that we might be dealing with, but that would be like, dealing with the 53 different amendments that we could have started dealing with.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but I cannot hear Councilmember Shariki.
Thank you. Microphone wasn't on, but now it is. Councilmember Shariki, I go back a little bit?
Sure.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I believe that this council is much more likely to use the council contingency fund next year. I believe that there are a number of different problems that we as a city are facing, and we do not know exactly how to deal with it. And these types of funds can help us figure out public opinion things, a small consultant to come in and focus on a specific issue. We have housing needs, we have public safety needs. The list goes on and on and on. I think our ability to turn around and do these things quickly is important because we can jump on the enthusiasm of the moment and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on that motion, Councilmember Gulick?
Just a question, Danny. Where do you see this 50,000 coming from? Or do we still have a balanced budget, or is it coming? Where do we get this from?
Well, there's 24,000 in it right now. So we're really just looking for an increase of 26,000. And I could come up with a whole bunch of different ways of dealing with it, but one of the reasons why I asked how large the reserve was going to be was that was my favorite place to take it out of, was the reserve. But I also feel like it probably should be in the general fund for that matter, just because the general fund is there. I mean, that is where this comes from, right? Yes, so it does come from there. So I will state specifically, let's just take it out of the general fund.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Chris, this is a question for you. So whenever these things come up, whether it's a travel thing or as Councilmember Shiriki suggested, if we need a consultant for something, for a small project.
Sorry.
Are there not funds, whether they're in the reserve, in your administrative budget, that could handle these things that the council members do not? I mean, I'm not sure how those would be dispersed. It would have to be something, I suppose, that the entirety of the council would have to agree with. So I'm just asking, I'm not sure why we would actually have to have a designated fund for council for certain, and those are really administrative items. Can you address that?
Councilmember Purington, Mayor and Council, I'm looking at the Mayor-Council budget, and, the areas that work, and it's kind of variety, got membership fees and tuitions, those cover just as they sound, and we're pretty close to the dollar on what's spent because we know going into the budget year what the membership dues are for the League of Cities and Towns, National League, et cetera. The management professional development, I mean, that line item's about 13.5, not about, it is 13.5. That has not moved since 2020. That is the professional development, but we've had COVID. So, there hasn't been, you haven't been attending league conferences or other training opportunities. And then there's a meals and lodging, that's $3,000 between the 11 of you. So the mayor-council budget is quite lean. There's not a lot of spaces in there. The other biggest one is this. Actually, it's the second largest line item in there is the $25,000 for contingency. So if that would move to 50, certainly give you guys more flexibility versus taking it from somewhere else in the budget.
Chris, I think Councilor Purington asked specifically about your budget being the city administrator's larger administration budget as opposed to mayor-council specifically.
So in that area, certainly we too have professional services. We don't, our largest one was the year that we had the CPSM, studies, which we had budgeted for, and we did not continue budgeting for that. There are professional services. There's 58,000 in professional services in total. I'm trying to.
Is there's no just reserve, extra undesignated line item in others?
Your 25,000 or what was zero or this discussion at 50? No, there's not a contingency fund in the administration budget or the police chief's budget or ever for just contingency. I mean, it's a different policy here. I have in the past had a much broader general contingency across all general fund line items. But here in Billings, this has been how it's been handled.
Councilmember Purington, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think going back to Councilmember Shiriki's point, I know that was just one of his points, so I don't want to belabor it. But if there were something that you wanted to have a consultant on a project to come in, and I don't know, they charge $20,000, but it's for a specific area. It could be public safety. It could be, I don't know, something else in another department. Would that not automatically come out of that department and then I know each department has some reserves. It would come out of theirs that council has the purse strings that they could say, take it out of your budget and pay for that. Is that not how that works?
So Councilmember Purinton, Mayor and Council, I would say yes, when there's a particular professional service for a particular department or division, it's going to come out of their budgets. Yours and mine, just general administration, council. I would say my experience here is when we need consulting services that are in the thousands of dollars, we have the flexibility to make that happen. If there's a project that's tens of thousands, we budget for it ahead of time. So yeah, could you have something in the year come up and maybe it was 20,000? Could you figure that out? I suspect it could be figured out, but anytime we're in the tens of thousands, we're budgeting for that item. You guys are vetting it and then deciding to put it in the budget or not putting it in the budget.
Okay, so one last question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
And this is to Councilmember Shariki. So are there certain things, certain items that you see that you would like to see happen, and that's why you're proposing this increase of a contingency fund for council? Seeing how we haven't used it, anyway.
Yes. So, I mean, I know that the mayor's put forward trying to increase our picking up of littering, and his intention was to take it out of the council contingency fund. The housing strategy group is moving slowly, so they were not able to come together with a specific budget proposal for this year. But among the things that they're looking at right now is hiring a part-time consultant to help them just kind of keep focused and organized and move forward, sort of like what Karen Baumgartner did for us during our priorities conversation type of thing. And that's just two off of the top of my head. I was thinking in terms of like community safety and the public engagement thing, but we already took care of that one. I just know that our needs are huge, and I cannot predict what is going to happen in the next year and where we might need a little bit of wiggle room to get something done quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Boyette and Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. To me, this 25,000 wasn't meant for public use in what you're referring to, Councilman Shariki. I think if we need money for some project, we can make an initiative and get the money right away. I was even thinking about canceling this contingency fee altogether because it's such a lot of money that we would use for ourselves. I didn't imagine we would using this to solve the world's problems. Such a small amount. I'd like to leave it as it is or even reduce it at this point.
Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a substitute motion to eliminate the council contingency fund for fiscal year 23.
Second.
Motion and second to eliminate the council contingency fund.
Point of order, I just am, just to be
Councilmember Schrock?
clear, if that was an amendment, can you make a substitute motion to an amendment?
You can amend an amendment, but only once. So I think a substitute motion is just a form of amendment. So I assume so, but I'll look to our parliamentarian.
That's correct, and you can only have two consecutive amendments pending at once. So if there's only one amendment pending, then there can be another amendment, which is a substitution.
Okay, so that's in order. If it passes, the other becomes moot and goes away, and the contingency fund becomes moot. Discussion now on the substitute motion. Councilmember Neese?
So that was my budget amendment, as Councilmember Boyette pointed out. I think he had considered that as well. But I think Councilwoman Purinton said this too. We do hold the purse strings. You know, we saw earlier where we had a initiative and then a budget amendment, and the funds were dispersed. And so a two-step process. It's very quick. It's very easy to do, and it really has to go through the initiative process for us to evaluate, just like as it would be in the council contingency. But we haven't spent a lot of this money, and I agree with Councilmember Boyette. Some of the ideas I've heard, I wouldn't vote for them either. And so I think that by eliminating them, this now, it'll reduce a little bit of taxes to the constituent. But the idea is, if you have a good idea, bring it to an initiative. Let's take a look at it. Let's vote on it. And if it's good, we'll pass it and spend the funds.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese. I'll address this. I'll vote against the motion. The problem, if we don't have the contingency fund, that means it's in somebody else's budget. There is no money. We've already heard there's no magic reserve amount somewhere else. So we then have to take it from somebody else. And if it's in their budget, that means they will have, at least nominally, put that money towards something else. The nice thing about the contingency is it just allows us to address relatively small amounts as they come up. Historically, the council has always had a $50,000 contingency. It's only until a couple of years ago that we got rid of it completely in tight times, and now kind of restored it back to 25. So I will vote against the motion. Council Member Repsis.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be against both these motions, actually, for kind of the same reason. I agree with Councilmember Neese that we can put forward an initiative to make an amendment if we need to, and that was kind of going to be my reasoning to be against the change to 50. So I'm against eliminating completely for the reason the mayor said, because that if we lose that money, then we will be robbing somebody else's budget for things. But I also agree with Councilmember Chirichi that I think there are things out there that if we're paying attention, we'll find good uses for that money this year. And if we get to the 25 this year, then maybe look at increasing it next year if we feel like we spent that 25 well. Just
Thank you very much. Any further discussion before we're ready to move to a vote on the substitute motion? If not, we'll move to a vote on the substitute motion, which is to eliminate the council contingency fund. If in favor of that motion, please say, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of elimination of the council contingency fund, council members Neese, Owen, Tidswell, Boyette, and Purington. Voting in opposition, raise your hand. Council members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Chirichi, and Rupsis. Motion fails 5-6. Back to the underlying motion to increase by $25,000 to $50,000. Any further discussion on that before we move to a vote? Okay, we'll move to a vote on the underlying motion to increase it to $50,000. If in favor of increase to $50,000, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council members Shaw, Joy, Chirichi. If voting in opposition, Council members Gulick, Neese, Owen, Cole, Tidswell, Boyette, Purington, and Rupsis. Motion fails. Continue on. Any further amendments? Council member, and I'll just comment on there. I'm not going to bring forth a motion on my garbage amendment. I'll bring that as an initiative now that presumably we have a source of funding for that at a later date. Council member Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to offer Owen 5, which is my SEPTED amendment.
Second.
Okay, Council member Owen, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This amendment would sort of earmark $25,000 out of the city administrator's budget for the purpose of doing more to integrate crime prevention through environmental design principles into city operations overall. I will say at the outset, because I'm sure there'll be lots of questions about whether or not this money exists in the city administrator's budget, I don't feel strongly about it necessarily coming out of there. If it needs to come out of HR training funds or somewhere else, it just seemed like the city administrator's budget was the most global, and that's my goal here, is to have SEPTED integrated globally throughout what we do. I think if we're going to be serious about crime prevention, we need to make the built environment work for us, and where we can incorporate those principles in city planning, we should do so. So this amendment would create enough funds to do at least one SEPTED training here in the community, partially city staff, partially community members, because I think there's some interest by the community in doing this. But it would also have some additional funds for perhaps a specialized module. So the SEPTED Institute is putting out some modules. There's SEPTED for healthcare facilities. There's SEPTED for parks. There's a new SEPTED for cannabis facilities. Any of those might make sense for us to be thinking about in terms of our planning and regulatory environment. So this does not increase funds. It just simply earmarks them for a specific purpose.
Okay, thank you. And we have a second on that. I guess I'll just start with the question about the amount. Councilmember Rowan, the city administration operations and maintenance line item that this would come out of is approximately $221,000. So $25,000 is more than 10% of that budget. Where did the $25,000 number come from? Specifically, would less accomplish the same thing?
So I guess let me answer that in a couple of steps. If you look at the estimate spend for fiscal year 22, it's quite a bit under the budgeted amount. So I'm hopeful that means there's some space in the budget for this. If we need to move this to a training budget line item that makes more sense, one of the reasons I drafted this early was to hopefully solicit that feedback, and I haven't heard anything, any panicked heartburn. So I'm hopeful that means that the money is there, but if not, I'm open to discussion about where we put it. Secondly, yes, I think less could do it, but not as well. So I think we want to send a robust number of staff members to this. So this would represent about 20 staff members participating in this training. If you wanted to do fewer staff, the city's contribution to a project would be less. But again, I don't think you get as much benefit. So yes, theoretically, less money would work, but I think you'd have less impact.
Okay, Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to ask Councilmember Owen, the DBA has people who are trained in this. Can't one hand help the other without increasing the cost or taking money out of that budget? Thank you.
I don't think so. I don't think that simply attending a training makes you then qualified to deliver the training. I think for quality, for consistency, we want to make sure that we're bringing the experts who do this to our community, which is what we've done before. Again, this is a partnership, so we only share half the cost of that. And I think there may be people who are members of the DBA who would want to participate in this on the private sector side, as well as other business partners throughout the community. So my recommendation would be no.
Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Neese and Gulick.
One additional thing. Doesn't the chamber also do this? Didn't the chamber train the DBA?
So, no, the chamber brought in the trainers. So the chamber sponsored the training before, and I'm sure you've all been in receipt of the amendments for the chamber's support of this initiative to train additional people in the community. So the chamber is one of the entities who has sponsored this training in the community, but they don't deliver the training.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Neese and Gulick.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, if you could address the email we received from the Dan Brooks about bringing, it could help to facilitate the bringing of the National Institute of Crime Prevention to Billings, saving travel and accommodation expenses. So are you saying, really, what would that mean to the city if they were to come?
So it's my understanding that a seminar needs about 40 people there. So this money would be used to pay for half of those for city staff to attend, at least one, if not two modules.
And then the community would be the other half?
Correct.
And they would be paying their own way?
Correct.
We would not be funding that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gulick.
I'll just speak more broadly to the value of prevention and from personal experience, actually, applying SEPTED strategies at my own house. I live next to an alley that to the side of my house, and there used to be a lot of, occasionally, regularly, people collecting along there, drinking beer, being very loud, and I trimmed back some bushes and just made it a more visible place, and that doesn't happen anymore. It actually really worked quite well. I think in terms of prevention, it should be broadly a strategy we're using in our community. I think SEPTED's one of them. I think also as we're going forward in community, the design of our streets for traffic calming, having narrower lanes, those are also good ways of increasing the safety of our community through preventative means. It doesn't cost us more to do that. I think this is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Councilor Tricky?
I have graduate school classmates who would skin me alive if I voted against this. They did one of the inaugural studies on Bryant Park, which is in New York City, right across the street from where my graduate school was at. And they basically asked people, why don't you go into the park? And one of the most common reasons was because we can't see what's going on in the park. You know, so the clear lines of visibility and stuff like that absolutely really do matter. And the New York City Parks Department took it to heart. They redesigned Bryant Park, and 5 years later, it was one of the most popular places in Midtown. It really did work. My only thing is I would offer a friendly amendment that we put this in as a general line item and a new separate line item and not cut the operations and maintenance line. I have a feeling that if we really move this year, that's going to be one of the places that's kind of stressed.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask the question of Chris, since this is coming, it is currently drafted $25,000, which is more than 10% of your O&M budget. A, what do you think of that as currently drafted? And B, you've already heard Councilmember Owen say she doesn't care where the money comes from. And Councilmember Tricky suggesting that reference to operations and maintenance be stricken in favor of something more general. What do you think of that? And if so, what would we put in there instead of the O&M line item?
So first, let me thank Councilmember Owen, because she did talk to me about this. Taking some coaching, though, from my police chief during the break, I'd actually consider taking it from the current reserve as a way. I do have a concern of how tight things will be, but I 100% support the notion of further integrating SEPTED principles in our organization. And we've talked about that a little bit at the director level. So I think the expenditure, the focus is very necessary, worthy, beneficial. I would ask you, based on where we are so far, I don't know how much further we're going to go tonight, but my request would be that you consider adding 20,000 versus taking the 20,000 from something else that we've got on the admin side.
Mayor?
Okay, Councilmember Owen and Neese.
So I meant what I said. It's not important to me where it comes from, but I don't want to increase government spending.
Yep.
So I want to find a place where where funds can be reallocated from.
Okay.
So I don't object to taking it from a different line item. Like I said, I put it in the city administrator's budget because it's global, and I want to make it clear that this is a global, not something we're burying in one department. But I don't want to just add $25,000 to the budget.
And I respect that, and ultimately where the 11 of you decide to go with it. I mean, we will certainly make it work either way. It is a priority. It fits our public safety priorities. It fits our partnerships with outside agencies. But I do, as we are advancing in building a high-performance organization, one of the areas I have used some flexibility here is using, retreats, consulting services and things for training at a small scale. We've not done anything in the, tens of thousands of dollars. And so that would be my only request for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Roy, it kind of begs the question. It now says operations maintenance line item. What do you propose to broaden that while still accomplishing this purpose?
I guess I would ping a question back to Chris. If it's split between the city administrator's budget and the human resources training budgets, would that be a more appropriate allocation of funds?
I would certainly, my comment would be the same. I do not want to take anything from training relative to HR because we're so behind that.
On onboarding, I'm all of that. But is this also where regular sort of annual training, not onboarding, lives? Or does that live in departments?
Andy, can you help me? I mean, we've done a combination. I know when we do like our director leadership team retreat, that'll commonly come from out of administration because I don't want to prevent them from doing their department training. Mm-hmm. When we do our retreat with you guys, that's centralized, but certainly when they're doing training or other things specific to their department. That's coming out of their budget. Andy, anything you'd add to that?
Yeah, Carla reminded me the applicant tracking system that they're implementing is using that budget allocation for training for next year.
Do you have recommendations on a place for this to come from? I really am leery of carving up the marijuana dollars because I think we just don't know enough and people, there's a vision for those. So I don't just want to stick it in non-departmental.
Can you just give the chief 75,000?
No. It's community training. Police has already done this training.
There's one area that I was looking at that comes to mind, and because we're at the last meeting of the year, the council contingency fund, when we were preparing our estimates, we estimated that you would allocate all 25,000. Unless an initiative comes forward tonight, there will be 24,000 remaining at the end of the fiscal year. So that may be a proposal I'd offer up.
So, and that would then reduce general fund reserves, not public safety fund
Correct.
reserves, which is what we were talking about earlier. This would be a reduction in general fund reserves.
Correct.
So I guess, I would split it, or I mean,
We will make it work either way on it, truly. I think, you know, what Andy's talking about there, I mean, it would have been a completely legitimate initiative or a discussion about SEPTED using a portion of the $25,000 to integrate SEPTED throughout the organization. So I think it fits either way.
I don't feel great about just doing a random amendment, though, that doesn't have a home. So I hear what you're saying, that you'll make it fit, and I appreciate that. But I guess it seems like carrying over the council contingency funds from this fiscal year makes sense.
Call the question, Mayor.
Okay. So. Point of order, you'd acknowledged me prior.
Oh, you're right. I had. So let's hear from Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. I fully support SEPTED, and I will support this. I think I think there's a lot that we need to do to get this done. This works. I think, as Councilmember Gulick mentioned, this is a great program, and we need to expand this as much as possible. If we need to make an initiative, if we need to make an initiative council funds, I would do that to fund that. If you need a budget amendment, somehow we would do that. I think that we need to make sure that this moves forward. And if I guess my question to you only about this, Chris, is because we're going to have lots of people involved in this. It's not just going to be personnel under the general fund. This is going to be under Public Works too. And I'm assuming they have their separate training budget. Is that correct? Because they are separate?
Yes, there are budget, there are training throughout the organization, but I think to the motioner's point, when we're driving something administrative or from this body, we tend to fund it through the central versus, I don't know, I couldn't tell you every bit of the chief's training that he's got scheduled or the department has scheduled in the police department, for an example. So I wouldn't want to take something away from something critical on that end, because I'm guessing here sitting that surely we can take $10,000 and move it over our way. So I do think it's wiser to essentially put it, admin, HR, this way. And simply the council make the call as to whether you need to figure out how to do it within our budget. We'll figure that out, or whether you decide to make some part of the 20,000 come from a reserve that will exist.
Okay, so you think you can make it work within the admin HR?
We will. I mean, you adopt a budget, I will live within it, and we will prioritize the things you've prioritized.
Mayor, then let's amend I would just perhaps suggest a drafting amendment that says $25,000 from the operations and maintenance line items and FY22 general fund reserve carryover.
I would agree with that.
That'll give flexibility to either pull those funds over or to find them in the FY23 dollars. But I think we need to give the finance director a little bit of space to reconcile the year-end budgets without going down to the penny on carryover dollars.
Okay, so it's your motion, and Councilmember Bernice has the second. So you can amend your own motion, and you're doing so by saying that getting rid of the on page 18 of the fiscal year 23 budget, just saying $25,000 from the operations maintenance line item or fiscal year 22 general fund carryover shall be used
Correct.
for.
That's
et
correct,
cetera,
Mayor.
et cetera. Is the proposed amendment now clear to staff who would actually have to implement it? Okay, so that's what's now on the table before you, council. That was my concern, that just the city administration have sufficient latitude in here. And if you're satisfied, I'm satisfied. Further discussion now on the motion. Council. Okay. Was there anybody else who wanted to comment on this before we move to vote on it? Councilmember Joy and would like to comment further. But
we spent enough time on 25,000.
yeah.
When there's more important.
Yeah, our night is not over yet. Okay. Okay, so we do have to vote on whether to vote. So if in favor of proceeding to the vote, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Okay, we will proceed to the vote. This is on the now amended motion. Is the motion clear? Clear enough, anyway. Okay, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Councilmember Joy voted in opposition. I believe that was the only one. Okay, thank you very much. What else is on the table? Councilmember Boyette.
I'd like to discuss the 23 positions that were asked for by the city. We approve the 3 general positions that were brought through on Andy's proposal, the records.
Microphone, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And Councilmember Boyette, I'm just going to ask you if the underlying motion was to approve the budget as proposed, are those 3 items not already in the proposed budget?
Right. My concern is that if it doesn't pass, then we lose all 15 of them, rather than talking about each one individual.
I believe the motion, though, contemplates approval of all 15.
Okay, then if that's the case, that's okay then.
And am I correct in that? Okay, I see a lot of nodding heads. Okay. Further discussion or further amendments or other discussion before we proceed to a vote on the amended package, which we need to get to soon. Councilmember Neese. And then Councilor Purington, did you?
I couldn't hear the beginning of Councilmember Boyette, so I'm not sure where you are.
It's disregarded. He agreed. We're fine to just move on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to put forward my amendment, Nice 5, to eliminate the pay-to-throw language from the budget as I described in the budget amendment that I passed out to all council members, and that was in the package.
What page are you on?
This is page 6 of the agenda.
Okay, page 6 of your list of amendments is Nice Amendment 5, eliminate pay to throw is the title. Specifically to strike the first 3 sentences of the 3rd paragraph of the budget book on page 164 regarding the city moving to pay as you throw. And then there's additional after that. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Purington. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Dean, you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think my narrative is clear enough, but I'll just say that I'm not against, keeping, conserving and finding reusable ways to use our trash. In fact, I talked to Ed Gulick about the fat product and seeing if there's some ways, is it fat, called fat? Fog, excuse me, fog product and how that could be reutilized. And so I think our city does a lot, but initiative-wise, but I'm concerned that we're not making we're not going to make it easy to throw. I've been in other communities where they make it difficult to throw. And we need to, I think the staff has done a good job on the rate schedule as it is. They've parsed a few things out. But when we start getting too narrow, we're going to make it too hard. And I really would like us to back off about, getting into the nitty-gritty of the pay to throw as we've seen proposed to us in the future. But as they've gone so far, I'm okay with what they've done. I really don't want to see us move any farther under what we normally see under the national pay to throw type systems.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Councilor Tricky.
I bet you can guess who I want to have answer my next question. Can you give us an update on exactly where we are right now with the pay-to-throw concept and why this language was included in the budget?
Certainly. So this year's budget does not include any other changes to the solid waste program. We came a couple of months ago, time's kind of flying right now, but a couple of months ago we talked about what a pay-as-you-throw program would entail. This year we decided that we would go forward with the bulk changes, we'd go forward with the carry-out service changes, and everything else was going to be pushed to next fiscal year. Subsidizing from landfill to collections, talking about different size containers, talking about payments for extras. All of that is in next fiscal year, so we're going to come back some point this year, talk about those options, figure out where we want to go. So there's nothing in the budget for this year for moving any further.
So, so it was basically just including here as kind of a heads up that like this is something that we would be talking about in the next fiscal year?
That's right. I forgot to answer the second part of your question. Yes, we just put it in there because we will be coming back and we will be talking about it, but nothing will be implemented until FY24.
So essentially this motion has no actual policy or budget implications?
Essentially, no. If everyone voted to take pay-as-you-throw out of the verbiage, we wouldn't work on it anymore. I mean, we're working on bringing a program to you. We would take that as a sign that you wanted us to stop that. Research.
I see. So the only real implication at this point would be whether or not we would go forward with a policy discussion about whether or not to do pay to throw.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to reinforce, that's my understanding of the motion. It just addresses the language in the budget document, not an actual dollar amount, because there are no dollar amounts currently allocated. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Owen?
I have a question, and maybe I need Debbie to answer this, but the language that's proposing to be stricken here indicates that a comprehensive solid waste rate study will be conducted. Is that done internally, or is there a cost to that? Is that contracted out?
So Councilmember Owen, we plan to do it internally. We have a model that we've used in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Councilmember Purinton and Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. And that was, even if it's done internally, those are still dollars, if you will, that are coming out of Public Works. And I think to allow staff to continue in that direction. So I don't know if this is actually the place to stop that, but I think if we don't direct staff to move in a more simplified manner, then they're going to go through and that's what they're going to do is develop that program. And then, if council votes against it, in 6 months, then that was for naught. So I still think there's, it may not be actual dollars, but it's definitely staff time, which is dollars.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will not support the motion. Pay as you throw, whatever you want to call it. It was actually the council member who spoke most strongly for it was former council member Chris Friedel. He was the one who actually brought it forward. He was like, this is a great thing to do to make our landfill sustainable. Every time we open a new cell, because we have more garbage, it costs so much more money. On top of that, we have a regulatory system that continues to want cleaner and cleaner operations out of a landfill that continue to add costs. So when we talked about efficiencies and we talked about conserving resources, that's how we got to pay as you throw. And Chris Friedel was the person who spoke up most strongly in favor of it. When we talk about efficiency, sustainability, we're talking about subsidies. How do we subsidize something? The people who are throwing away a little bit of trash are subsidizing the people who are throwing a lot of trash away. This is a program that moves us towards an equity where if you want to throw it out, that's fine. We'll put it in the landfill, but you pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion before we move to a vote? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I won't vote for this. It's certainly my intention to send the message to staff that I 100% am behind this, and I hope you do continue going down this road. And I would hope that we as council would collectively send that message, because I think this is a really important program for our community. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I also will support it, but I'm a little sensitive to, or sympathetic Councilmember Nice's concern, because in some communities, it's a pain. And sometimes, you get a coffee cup, and that's kind of what the size of your container is. So there is value also in simplicity, if not one size fits all, not getting too refined, especially early in the process. So that'd be my only caution, that as we work on it, we recognize the value of simplicity. Any further discussion? Councilmember Owen?
I'll be brief. I will support this amendment. I think I've said before that I would be supportive of a structure that said, here's the rate for your black container collection. If you want to go to that smaller 64, then we'll give you a discount. But that's as far as I'm willing to go. I think I have family that lives in the sort of North Las Vegas area. And the truth is, when we put onerous systems on people, they find a way around it. And what they experience in that community with their trash collection is people just drive out to the desert and toss it. So there's mattresses and couches and all sorts of stuff. And in my ward, and I think a number of other wards, there's a lot of county islands that would be a great dumping ground for someone to drive not very far and just dump their garbage and not have to comply with a burdensome system. So I really have concerns, and I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote, Council? Okay, if the motion is clear, Councilmember Joy?
Clarify the motion, please.
Yeah, so the motion is what is set out on page 6 of the 30-page list of amendments. It is NEIS 5. The first sentence is to strike the first 3 sentences of the third paragraph of the budget book on page 164 regarding the city moving to the pay-as-you-throw program. And then there's multiple sentences after that. If that's clear, if all in favor of the Councilmember Nice's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Nay. I believe the nays have it, but we need a hand vote. If in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the motion, Councilmembers Nice, Owen, Purington, Boyette, and Purington. If voting in opposition to the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Chiriki, and Ripsis. Motion fails. What else, Council? Remembering we're on item 2. Councilmember Nice.
Yes, I'd like to bring up budget amendment number NEIS 2. This has to do with the PD1 Parks and PD1 and Parks. I have a question for Chris, though, or maybe Andy. Can you tell us when the last PD1 funds will be collected before we have to do something different?
Councilmember Nice, Mayor, City Council. The final year for full year of assessment will be 12 months from now. So that your last assessment will happen for fiscal year 24. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so we'll get them in we'll get the funds in 24 and then part of 25 and.
No, 23 and 24.
Oh, 23 and then 24.
Correct.
Okay. And then the funds will be done.
Correct, except for any delinquent unpaid bills.
Okay. So as is stated in my, I guess I'll make, again, I made the motion to bring forward the budget amendment number 2. I guess if there's not a second, I won't discuss and waste any more time.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else, Council, before we proceed to a vote on the amended motion? Councilmember Ripsis? I was understanding you had withdrawn your motion?
No, I wasn't withdrawing. I was saying, I was just putting forward, because I didn't want to speak any further till we had a second. I didn't want to waste anyone's
Okay,
time.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Is there a second for NICE 2? The cut $1 million from PD 1. I don't see a second. So that one fails for lack of a second. Now, anything else before we proceed to a vote on the amended motion? Councilmember Purington.
So in Puritan 4, we're going back to that reserved 20% of the landfill fee. And so I would propose that I would make an amendment that we have a line item in the budget of what the reserve for that landfill, the 20% of the landfill fee is, that it's for the landfill improvements. I think that's the end of what I would put that in, and then I will speak to it.
Okay, so page 25 of the list of 30 is Puritan 4. The amendment text is include the amount of the, quote, reserved 20% of landfill fee outside of Billings landfill improvements, so council is kept abreast of that fund. Is there a second? I am not seeing a second. I believe that fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Neese?
I'm going to second for discussion because I'd like to hear from Debbie on this, or maybe Jennifer.
Okay, Jennifer's coming forward. Councilmember Purington, is it okay if we turn it over to Jennifer DeRay, or did you want to speak to your motion before we do so?
Well, and she could probably answer some of these questions too, is that with having that fund as a reserve for landfill improvements, I know that I mentioned that in 2026, there in the CIP, there's $4.9 million in landfill projects. So as we gather that money, how do we know how much is actually in that reserve? And then we have to, figure out, I guess, policy-wise, how do we move forward in which projects and who decides those projects and where that money actually goes for those landfill improvements. So that would be Jennifer to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Jennifer DeRay.
Thank you for the question. So you will actually see a resolution at your July, I think, 11th meeting that addresses the landfill reserve. So Councilmember Ewald's motion back in December of 2021 was to reserve 20% of the out-of-city, out-of-state landfill revenues, and he asked for a resolution that designates that. So that's why you will see that resolution coming forward on July 11th. As far as the budget process, it will be held in a cash reserve account then, which you don't actually approve as part of, it's not an expense or revenue account. It's a reserve, it's a cash reserve account that we would keep that in. And we would know what the amount is at any time. The proposal on the 11th is to designate that 20%. And then for spending, we would probably be proposing that in the future CIPs as to how we would spend that.
Thank you. Jennifer, if I can just ask you, that 20%, is that sort of a sub-account within this cash reserves account that it can be tracked separately, or is it intermingled and hence difficult to identify specifically?
Mayor, it is a separate cash reserve account.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington and then Councilmembers Gulick and Neese.
Okay, so two things actually, Jennifer. So if that cash reserve account, will council be able to see that at some point, how much is in there? I guess is the only way I can ask that.
Councilmember Purington, we could either let you know, we could make a print screen of what is in our general ledger, but it's an actual account that you can see exactly what's in that account.
But how would we know that unless we just come to you and say, hey, Jennifer, how much is in there?
It would also be reported in the CAFR as reserves.
Okay, in the CAFR. And so I guess what I'm asking at this point, Jennifer, I need your guidance here. So with this resolution coming forward, is this actually, would this amendment not have any bearing on what you're doing with that resolution? Because the resolution that you're bringing forward sounds to me like it's taking care of this amendment.
Councilmember Purington, yes, the resolution should take care of the amendment.
Councilmember Purington, for the sake of expediting our meeting, would you consider withdrawing your motion now that you have this information?
Yes, because I guess if it doesn't happen the way we want it to, it's there anyway. So yes, I will withdraw that.
Councilmember Nice, you had the second. Is that okay?
Well, I did have questions for Jennifer. That's
we don't want to, if you've got a quick question, but let's remember that if this goes away, it's not technically necessary, and it's 8 minutes after 9.
he was prior to me, but if you're
Yeah,
answering
I
about
apologize.
the.
You're absolutely right. Well, Rex is Councilmember Gulick and Nice, but let's.
Yeah, I'll try to be real. Well, so I think the question I would have is I mean, I don't want to micromanage staff. It seems like we already have a process, the CIP, that kind of addresses these things. This should be creating us another level, and it seems like it'd be kind of unique in our city that we'd be doing this. It doesn't seem to me to make a lot of sense. I think it creates confusion on spending authority and reserves, and so I think when this resolution comes forward, I guess I have a hard time.
Fine. Councilmember Gulick, I'm going to ask that Jennifer not even comment on that because we can deal with it on July 11th. Okay, Councilmember Nice?
Jennifer, I think you said you're going to report, we approve it through the CIP. Did you tell me once in an email that it'll actually, on the CIP, it'll say funding resource will be the reserve so it can identify when the council is actually approving the spending of these funds?
Councilmember Nice, that is our plan, is that it would go in the CIP that way unless the council would like to have a different approval process.
Okay, I'm satisfied with hearing that. I would withdraw my second.
All right, thank you very much. That motion goes away. Are we ready to vote on the amended motion? Councilmember Owen.
Mayor, I have an amendment that I'm not going to offer, but I just want to make a brief comment. And I'm not going to offer it because I think I know where the votes are. So I don't think there's any reason to waste our time. But I just want to express on the record my frustration that in a year when we're asking the community to absorb a large public safety mill levy, that we would add administrative positions on top of that. I think the grants coordinator position is wholly unnecessary. We have a lobby firm to monitor grant opportunities, and we have grant writers, not probably enough, but we have some grant writing capacity. So I think the grants coordinator position is unnecessary. I think records management could be contracted out. The point is, I would hope that when we're going to ask people to have this much of a tax increase, we would have been a little more circumspect. Nonetheless, I know where the votes are, and I also recognize in the interest of time, we need to move forward. But again, I would hope next year we get dedicated budget time to work through amendments. I think it's unfortunate that on the night we're working through the budget, we have so many other agenda items that are not budget related. I get the resolutions, but I think council members are being rushed, and I think that's unfortunate. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. I'll just comment that I think we are being rushed, but we also didn't get many of these amendments until about a week ago, unfortunately. Councilmember, okay, so Councilmember Nice, do you have a further amendment?
I don't have a further amendment. I'm speaking to the final motion.
Okay, if that's great, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Owen. I won't belabor that much more, but I think there's a lot of people out there who do not support the way we're handling our finances and funding, so I won't support the budget at all. I think that doesn't mean that I disagree with everything that's going on with the city, but I think there's some concerns within the budget. Our citizens are going to have a tough year, and so I'll leave it at that. And so there will be some dissent, but it doesn't mean that I won't support multiple departments throughout the process.
Thank you very much. Further discussion now on the underlying amended motion. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I'll speak in support of the underlying amended motion. And I have a difference of opinion on the grant coordinator, probably not surprising, but the way I look at that position truly is that position should pay for itself within a year, and it should leverage back for our community millions upon millions of dollars. So when I think about for the community's interests going forward, that's a really good bang for the buck, hopefully. And if it's not in a few years, we revisit it. But that would be my expectation with that position. And just to also speak up on the HR side is, not to call out poor Carla Stanton over there, but I feel like you've been dealing with an understaffed HR department for a very long time and have been a really good team player on not asking for additional staff. But hearing that the city almost didn't make payroll last year, at least once, and we're about to add a whole bunch of new employees, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to speak to that a little bit if you would like.
Thank you. Carla, go ahead.
Mayor and council, is it on? Okay. I guess as the mayor said tonight in his invocation, to give us guidance, give us wisdom and compassion and many other things. And compassion is what I need right now in HR. I truly do. We are understaffed. We've been understaffed for years and staff burning out, truly at a burnout rate. You can see where we're at in comparison to Missoula. They have 672 employees. If we approve these positions tonight, we will be at 1,018 full-time employees. They don't do payroll. They have 9 members on their team. If you take payroll out of my team, we have 4. That is a ratio of 1 to 255 employees. We are reactive. We're not proactive. My staff needs your help. I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amended underlying motion. Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, residents of Billings. You may be seated.
What's that? I said?
I can come up with questions for you if you want.
I'm done? Thank you.
I just want to say that there are 2 very different approaches to budgeting. One is to start by just slashing anything that you can think of to slash, and another one is to start with the question, what are the problems that you need to fix? What are the things that you need to do? And then asking yourself, what's it going to cost to do those things? And then asking yourself, how do we fit this into the available money? I think it is always wrong to sit and assume that the first thing we have to do is to cut the budget. Cut the budget? Absolutely. Make it lean? Absolutely. Make it smart? Yes, definitely. I think what we've seen here is a staff that has done a remarkable job over the last couple of decades of building a pretty damn good system and a pretty damn good city, but they've been doing it piecemeal. And the needs of that organization has grown considerably. Frankly, I've been asking Parks Department to give me a list of the 5 people that they need in order to become a second-class Parks Department. Nothing bad intended, but I know that you guys need help. And I know that you can only one person can only do so many payroll things, so I fully support where we're going with this. If there is a need to make cuts, well, at that point, we will do it. But until someone shows me the need to make the cuts and the reasons why these things are not important to the growth of our organization, I just cannot support that.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the underlying motion?
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Purinton.
So, as I think all of you know, I'm not exactly a grow government sort of council member. And I understand Carla's frustration, and that was one of the FTEs that I was in full support of. There's other FTEs that, you just go line by line. I'm not at all inclined to vote just across the board for all of the 15 extra FTEs. We do have a tremendous staff, and they do, in certain areas, they do operate on a shoestring. And I think our records management, I know HR does, and I think those are areas that we have ignored, and I do think that we need to bolster those. But I think there's other areas. Whenever you say, where do you want to cut the budget? If we do that, then we wind up with what we got from the Parks Department last year. And it's like, oh my gosh, we can't do that. But, how lean can we run? I think there's a lot of families, even individuals, that are running very lean right now. So I appreciate those department heads that they said, we're not going to increase our budget this year. The only increase that they may have had was for personnel. So that right there tells you whenever our budget revolves around our, the personnel from from the people that we hire. And we do need people to run the city. I get that. But I think also that we have to be very much aware of going forward, what really counts in our city, which to me, infrastructure and public safety. And how you divide that up or spread it out, that's a philosophical thing, I think, for a lot of us. I will not support this budget. I haven't supported a budget since I've been on council. But it doesn't diminish what the department heads do. It doesn't diminish what our city is and where we need to go. I just think there's different ways to do it. And, right now, I think philosophically, that's not happening. So I won't support this budget.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Councilmember Gulick.
I will be supporting the budget, amended budget. The calls I get are from constituents, are not about taxes being too high. They're about problems in their community that they want addressed, whether that's things with infrastructure and parks, not feeling, public safety, not feeling safe with homeless people in our community. And so, I think that's an extension of our public safety as well. We've seen that our community runs a very lean, tight ship. I mean, we've seen where our rates are among the lowest. I'm very proud of what our community does in terms of with the resources they have. But I also want to equip them with the resources to do what the public was looking for us to do when they passed the public safety mill levy. So I will enthusiastically support this underlying.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, were you
yes.
done?
Yeah,
I
I'm done.
didn't mean to cut
Yeah,
you off.
thank you.
Okay,
Yep,
thank you. Any further comments before we proceed to vote? Okay, I'm just going to make one very surgical comment, which is about that grant coordinator position. I had a conversation with Chris. It's written in such a way, and I hope it will pay for itself, that it's really focused on grants, which tend to be a formal process. I have often said that we need somebody who will just solicit individual donations, not necessarily through the formal grant process, but the city is a great recipient of donations, especially the Parks Department. And we need somebody who will work with, as a liaison with departments, make those solicitations, be knowledgeable, make thank yous. And so I asked Chris, since that would seem to be very complementary to that position, whether that's something that he saw that person also doing, and he said yes. So unless he's changed his mind in the last few hours, I just want to kind of put that on the record that hopefully that person could play that role as well. Okay, we'll proceed to a vote now on the now amended underlying motion. I will not repeat back all of the amendments because there's no way on earth I'd be able to get those right. And we'll have a show of hands. First, those in favor, and then those opposed. Okay. So if Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Director Zeller, when he first spoke, said the $100,000 to the budget for the equipment replacement. Does that, if our motion doesn't include that, are we good? Okay.
Yes, I believe that's already been built into the proposal. So that's good. Okay, if so, we're now in favor of the proposed amended budget. Please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council members Shaw, Gulick, Owen, Joy, Cole, Chiriki, Tidswell, Boyette, and whatever your name is, Rupsis. And if voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council members Neese and Purington. Motion passes. Thank you very much. I think it's been a very good process. The addition of the written changes, I think, is great. It really forces us to be specific, and I think that's fabulous. Thank you for everybody's hard work and patience over the last couple months. And thank you for the patience that everybody's been sitting out there who had an item after this culmination of the budget process. Brings us to item 3. I propose we just keep moving, council, unless you want to take a break. Okay. If anybody does want to take a break, just wave your hand and either leave, you'll be excused, or if you really think it's important, we'll stop the proceedings. Okay.
May I have the hall pass?
Yes. Yeah, you may. Councilmember.
Is it possible for, out of respect for the people who may be here on items 6 and 7, to move those up? Because I think items 3, 4, and 5 are sort of internal.
It is, if that's the wishes. I don't think that affects the order of anything or, the logic of anything. So, Chris, I don't know if you heard that suggestion. The thought was, since we have people in the audience patiently waiting for the 2 TIF applications, 6 and 7, we could move them up, then deal with the assessments, which are city staff, afterwards. Do you see any concern or have any concerns, see any problem with that, except for your staff members who are saying, well, they want to go home too?
No, there's not a problem with that. And yes, we did work to keep everything off of this budget except for budget items, but we did have a couple items that they really wanted to get done tonight. So if you want to move them up on the agenda, that doesn't negatively affect what we're dealing with afterwards.
So I would move, Mayor, to put items 6 and 7 after item 2, so that they now become the new items 3 and 4.
Okay, second by Councilmember Boyad and others. Any discussion? Okay, that's understandable. If in favor of that change of the agenda, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. So former items 6 and 7 are now items 3 and 4. And so, Denise, would you read new item 3?
Tax increment financing assistance from S-Bird for reimbursement for qualified improvements to sidewalks, curbs, and landscaping at 4610 King Avenue East to Wend Build LLC, Wendy's Restaurant, for a maximum of $154,801. Suburban Board recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of Suburban Board's recommendation.
Jim, you're our presenter. Go ahead.
God bless you, Jim.
Yeah.
You're my hero. Okay, yeah, I have 2 TIF applications this evening. The first one is Wendy's. The second one was School District 2. The Wendy's people are here. We've got Mike Henry and
Mike Tracy,
Mike. I'm sorry, Mike Tracy.
Okay, it's
Yes, they're going to come in and present their project that's in the Miller Crossing area. This is basically down and around the corner from where the Taco John's project was that you folks had approved. So I'm going to just turn it over to Mike. Sorry, keep calling you Henry. So here you go.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, council members, thanks for having us here. Miss Owen, thank you. Really appreciate what you did for us. So I'll be brief since everybody's in overtime. So just kind of going through the slides here. Where do I point this? There we go. Okay, a little bit of history. We're a franchise organization based here in Billings, Montana. Wentana LLC is our operating company for 13 restaurants, and then we also have another operating company out in Laurel and one in Belgrade. Those the When Laurel and When Bill. And then When Bill will be our future South Billings location. We will probably employ over 50 employees just at that South Billings location alone. Wentana LLC is kind of the parent company over the other When Bell and When Laurel. Total, we have over 600 employees. Next slide, really, future South Billings location. We're kind of looking at a target opening date of late August, depending on supply chain, lead times. A little bit about the restaurant, 66-seat dining room. We'll have 33 parking spaces, quite a few bicycle spaces also, and then the building will be about 3,000 square feet. Next two slides are just kind of some general renderings. I think the building's going to turn out really close to this slide and the next one here. Let's see, I don't want to go too fast and miss anything here. Kind of the next one, what attracted us to the South Billings location. Obviously, you've got Sam's Club and the Cabela's being strong anchors there. We really have been watching the area for quite a while. You know, the emerging business of late in this location, the large residential neighborhood. We love the fact that it's a corner lot with the traffic light there. It's just, we feel like it's a really great location. Availability, that was another thing. As you guys know, the real estate market across the state, probably across the country, has just been crazy. So availability and timing worked out great for us. We're able to purchase this site versus lease. Most of our locations were lease sites, so it's really nice to actually own the real estate. Project timeline, and that's kind of a rough timeline right there. We're a little bit, I would say, behind schedule. Again, late August, tentatively would be an opening date. Currently, right now, we're getting ready to start curbing and sidewalk. Storefronts will happen after 4th of July. And we're about to just really, really ramp up our hiring. And, you know, if you know anybody that needs a job, send them our way, please. We're starting at $15 an hour for a crew. Management jobs are $47,000 and up. General manager jobs even go higher. So we have Wendy's has been a really great career. I like to call it career. A lot of people just call it a job, but we have several people within our leadership and maintenance teams that have been with our company longer than 20 years, many 20 years, some even 30. And the majority of them have been there a long time. So, I mean, we have a really nice little family, so.
Very good. Thank you. Jim, do you have anything to add to that?
Let me just take the helm here, and then they'll probably have a question or two once I get through with this. Oops. And, okay. This is the standard analysis that Sabura goes through when we look at a TIF application, and hopefully you're fairly familiar with it now. Which was the pointer? You can see in the left column here, this is the total sum of the project is around $2.4 million. You can see the breakdown here into the different large components. As I do with all of these expenditures, I break those into which bucket, if you would, on Montana TIF code that it is applicable. This code right here, generally speaking, is soft cost. This column right here is primarily bricks and mortar. What our TIF board does in situations like this is their recommendation is they recognize that these soft costs are eligible for TIF reimbursement, but our board prefers to invest in bricks and mortar. So the amount that ultimately was awarded to or recommended to the Wendy's group here is about $155,000. And then going through, this again is our standard analysis here. The total project cost is $2.4 million. The maximum amount, 16 2/3%. So you can see we're well under it. And then what does the payback look like? Again, this is the expected increase in taxable value. I take 80% of the total. Hopefully, as these projects progress, I can put a sharper point on that amount. Obviously, not all the project cost is going to translate into taxable value, but this is what we're working with right now. And then you take the commercial tax rate of 1.89% times the number of mills, and you get a payback, excuse me, you get an annual tax increment of around $25,000. And so this amount right here, this call it $155,000, gets paid back in about 7 years. This is very, very similar to the Taco John's application. And you can see what we're funding is site work. In this case, what we're talking about is curb gutter sidewalk that is not present in Miller Crossing right now. And then also the landscaping, which, you know, a year ago there was weeds, and then there'll be landscape there. So in the interest of brevity, I'm going to just let you folks look at that. And I guess Mike and I are available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, there is no public hearing on this item, so questions or motion, Councilor Tricky, Councilor Rupsis, Gulick, Neese.
I was going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the tax increment financing assistance from the S-Bird for qualified improvements to sidewalks, curbs, and landscaping at 4610 King Avenue East to Wendy's Restaurant for a maximum of $154,801 as recommended by the S-Borough Board.
Councilmember Shaw indicates you'd like to second that. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, question, I'm looking at the memorandum and it says it was a 6-year payback period. I didn't see the worksheet in our packet, so you're saying it's 7 years.
I'll check my arithmetic on that, but.
Okay, again, the numbers seem to match, but I'm not sure which, but we didn't see that worksheet in our packet. Is that something you didn't provide us, or?
Well, it's in the TIF application. I don't know if I generally provide it. What I can do is I can provide this on an ongoing basis if I haven't in the past.
Okay, and Mayor, another question for me, if you don't mind.
Sure.
On that, you may reference the Taco John's, which I supported. I think I like the payback period on this, but one of the things I found out later on that some of the sidewalks that we approved were actually internal sidewalks, not public use sidewalks along the outside. So, and some of the landscaping was internal, it wasn't like in right-of-ways, things like that. Can you tell me if this curb gutter sidewalks, is this all on the public right-of-way edges, or is this internal? Is this all like the parking lot? Is this leading up to the door of the restaurant? Because we didn't see it. I don't see a site plan as far as what these expenses are for.
I can provide a site plan for you, but to answer your question, it's both. It's around the perimeter of the property. It would be on the eastern edge of the property towards Calhoun, and then the southern edge of the property would be the majority of the sidewalk, and then, yes, there's some internal sidewalk around the building near the doors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ripsis, Gulick, and Neese? I'm sure I got that order out of, I forget what's the.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mayor. I'm not going to support this one tonight. We actually have 2 TIF applications in front of us, both of them for projects that actually are underway. I'm not sure if the school is actually underway yet, but certainly the Wendy's is. So actually, our payback period, our TIF increment is negligible either way, right? We're not causing any extra incremental value by subsidizing these projects here tonight. Certainly not on the nonprofit side with the school district, but not even on this side where the Wendy's is being built, whether or not we actually subsidize it. And to me, I would have voted against the Taco John's a few months ago. I wasn't on council, but nobody even suggested the idea that we shouldn't subsidize a restaurant that's already under construction to build their sidewalks for them. I don't think that's a great use of tax money. Tonight, I think we have another, unlike that last case, we actually have a second application tonight. And if this doesn't pass, I will actually look to extend the School District 2 application for the full amount, which would be essentially this one plus what they are requesting. To me, that's a better benefit to the community than this particular location. No ill will towards your establishment at all. I've worked fast food. It was a great starter job for me. But I think that the money is, as a community, is better spent building the School District 2 project. And I'd like to see it all go towards that as opposed to this particular project. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gillick?
Yes, I also agree with Councilmember Roupsis. I don't think this is a very good use of public funds. I think the payback analysis, it's not that I'm necessarily opposed to, in principle, to public money going for private sector projects. But I'm looking for, the problem with the payback analysis is that it is using services in the meantime, that's helping. Those taxes are supposed to be otherwise be going towards paying for police and other things. And so it's not really a payback per se. When we have these kind of lower density projects like this, I think we'll see, the analysis we get with the cost of services study will suggest that a lot of these projects use more in services than they actually pay in taxes. And so the projects that give a much higher return on investment, those are the kinds of ones that I can be more supportive of. I don't think I can support this either.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I will support this. I hear what you're saying. I would say from my perspective, council has not been clear about giving good direction to the TIF boards on saying we are looking for this, we're not looking for that. And so absent that, this is really what they have as direction, the eligible expenses. And so I think we get into some kind of, it is obviously what we can vote on it however we want. But it would be my preference that we would put some time into that process on the front end versus the kind of one-off voting applications down when they get to us, just because I think that can create real uncertainty in the community. But I certainly hear the conversation and I agree with a lot of what's been said.
Thank you very much. Further comment, Councilmember Trickey and Joy?
A question first. Are the storm ponds going to be included are they included in the cost of the landscaping?
No, they're not.
So you're doing that separately?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I will support this. I understand where you're coming from, Councilmember Gillick and Councilmember Roupsis. I just am not a huge fan of changing policy when the application is right in front of us. If we want to do this going forward, I definitely would consider thinking about that as an additional thing. I will point out that there is one actual small benefit that's going to happen to that neighborhood beyond this, and that is that storm drain that I was just talking about, not the storm drain, storm pond that I'm just talking about, is holding back water that's going into the city-county drain, which is going down and around the corner into the place where we're getting a whole bunch of comments about the fact that their neighborhood is being flooded because, and on and on and on and on, so it's not going to solve the problem down there, but it's going to slow up a little bit of the water that's contributing to the problem that's going on down there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will support the motion. How much does a vacant lot pay in taxes? Not much. So job opportunities, bringing in business along a street that is set up for commercial. We often have people who complain that they don't want commercial. This is an area that's very much planned for commercial. It will pay its taxes. It will add to the increment, and those increment dollars will go towards a public facility like the rec center that is very much needed in our area and will benefit our school district and everyone else when we have those kinds of investments. So thank you. I will support it.
Thank you very much. Further comments, questions? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, I asked about the sidewalks. I think you had like $400,000 or almost $500,000 in sidewalks, but you're only doing 78. I think is funding 78,000. Yeah, so a lot of that could be public. Okay, I am going to support this. I think the just as Councilmember Joy mentioned, it's going to bring jobs, it's going to pay taxes, it's going to help fund the TIF district for additional projects down the road. These are the kind of projects, I think, when they're building the community, they're bringing activity down to that area. When we're seeing the payback in a quick amount of time, we're not seeing high ratios. And they're taxing paying things. I'm very concerned when we fund TIF dollars with nonprofits, and so that'll be another conversation coming up. But Jim, thanks for bringing this. I'm sure they would do it without this if we were to approve it, but yet I think this is going to help them and help our job market a little bit better, especially with some of the other things that are going down the road, the big truck. What is it, the storage facility in there? They're going to be coming over and eating at Wendy's or some of the other ones out there. And by the way, I also worked in the fast food industry, and Wendy's was one of those jobs.
Okay. Does that mean you need to just declare some sort of conflict of interest here?
It was a long time ago, and it was in a different state.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington, and Jim Tevlin wants to comment further.
So one of the questions that I do have on the landscaping, which is about half of that budget. So is that landscaping that is required for commercial development?
It is in this Miller subdivision. It is.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to make an amendment to this TIF application, if I could. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would propose that we pay for the sidewalk and gutters, because I think that does add to the public benefit. But I have a hard time, well, that's what it is that we would just pay for the curbs and gutter.
Councilor Purington, do you know what that would change the dollar amount to? We can also ask Jim Tevlin to comment, but.
And I'm looking at, I think it's 70. I got to go back to my screen.
How do I get back to that, Chris?
1 and 75. Oh, it's curbs and gutter would be $76,911. The landscaping was $77,890.
So it would become 76,911 since we're eliminating all the landscape.
Would be yeah.
Okay, so the motion is to change the award amount to $76,911. Is my understanding?
Yes.
Okay, it'd be with that justification, I guess. I don't know whether we track by, particular item, but at least that's the dollar amount. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Gulick. Okay, that's the proposed amendment. Before we debate that or discuss it further, Jim, you wanted to comment on something beforehand, and now maybe on this as well. So, Jim, go ahead.
What I just wanted to amplify what Councilmember Shaw had said regarding how our TIF board goes about evaluating an application like this. Our board they're tasked with not determining whether one project is more worthy than another. They're tasked with eliminating blight and economic development. There's no criteria or no guidance that we have as far as where is the best use of dollars or what is more worthy of one project versus another project, okay? We evaluate it based on whether it meets the Montana TIF code, our master plan, and then also the city TIF policy. Now, the city TIF policy clearly states that a applicant should not begin construction until their until their application is requested. So when I receive this in my hand, okay, their application, that is when that request takes place. In this case here, they had given me their application in March, and then they started moving dirt in April. And this was the same case with Taco John's as well. So if there's a need to change the TIF policy or to give us more advanced guidance, we can follow that. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, looks, Councilmember Rupsis, and we'll come back to the proposed amendment. Councilor Rupsis?
Jim, you've said multiple times in the past that you tell all the applicants that nothing is assured, and council has the right to do anything they want regardless of the strength of their application. Is that right?
That's the very first thing I tell them.
Thank you. And this project was going forward whether or not we were, it was
Well, that's a
even going to be.
that's a question for.
It will, but I mean, is that a reason to vote against it? I mean, we meet the eligibility and the requirements for the city's TIF policy. So, and there's been precedent prior to this. So, I mean, yeah, you absolutely have the right to vote how you want.
Okay, thank you very much. The discussion now on the proposed amendment, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I won't support the amendment to the motion. If we don't want to pay for landscaping, we need to say it right out front. Just say it right out. We don't want landscaping. We don't care what it looks like. We require it, but we're not going to help to pay for that. It's one of the things that I can tell you people in those neighborhoods actually care about is what we as a community think of the South Side. They care whether or not their area of town gets the same respect and feels the same worth as everywhere else. And when we say, well, we won't pay for landscaping, but yeah, we'll pay for landscaping downtown, or we'll pay for landscaping somewhere else, this is not consistent with what they want for their area. They would like it to look as nice as everywhere else, and they care about the way the South Side looks. They care about what King Avenue looks like. Yeah, Popeyes has changed hours. The weeds got up, they moved them. People care. They want it to look nice, and landscaping is part of that. So I won't support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Bernice.
Question for Gina on this. Gina, the council has every right to change their mind on whether they approve landscaping on one project or another. It really, there's no precedent set by approving one over the other. Is that correct?
Mayor and Council, yes, that's my understanding that these approvals are discretionary.
Okay, thank you. And I won't support this motion. I think the original motion was good enough. I think, I do want to provide a little bit of consistency, although I do agree the policy needs to be revisited. It was revisited many years ago. Larry Brewster was, I think, head of that committee, so that'll tell you how long ago it was. And one of the things he told me was that they actually loosened it up a little bit more so the council can be freer to actually make changes like this on the fly and not be so bound and rigid on that. If this council thinks that we need to be a little more bound and rigid and give the TIF districts a little bit more direction on how to do it, I think then we as a council need to meet that policy. And until that time, I think we'll continue to vote as we do. And if you feel that landscaping should be included, don't vote for landscaping. If you feel it would be, then, don't support this motion, support the next motion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the proposed motion, which is to reduce the dollar amount to that $76,000 number? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So the reason I am bringing the landscaping thing, whoops, wrong way, the landscaping issue is because that is a benefit to the to Wendy's, but it's also something that's required by the city. And so I think to use TIF dollars to do something that's required by the city. Now, do I think that this area needs to be developed? And I'm glad that Wendy's is going in there. Thank you very much. And I think to continue with the sidewalk and what was it, curbs? Sidewalks and curbs, because it's going to draw more business there. And that's what the TIF district, these TIF funds are for, is to promote more development. So I hope that you will consider just doing just the sidewalks and curbs and just watch on the landscaping, because I think there's things that we always say this every time we have some sort of a difference of opinion on these TIF districts. Oh, we need to look at this, and we never do. And so maybe that's something that we do actually need to look at, because the TIF policy is very broad, and it's broad for a reason. So anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Okay, Councilor Tricky, and then Council, let's move to a vote. Time is long ago short.
I just had a question for the city administrator or Public Works. I don't know if she's not here either. Aren't sidewalks and curbs required by the city in this case too?
Yes, I'm comfortable saying that that is a standard requirement of our regulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is to reduce that number to the 76,000. Are we prepared to vote? Let's do that. If the motion is clear, if in favor of the proposed amendment, please say aye. Voting in favor are Council Members Gulick and Purington. That was your motion. So if I missed that, okay. So anybody else? Well, if voting in opposition, please say nay. Nay. The nays have it. So that motion fails. Back to the underlying motion, which is for approval of the $154,000 amount. Further discussion on the underlying motion? Any further discussion on the underlying motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. I'll just make a very quick comment on the I'm so old. I'm almost as old as Larry Brewster, because I was around, and I do agree. It'd be good to come back to that and revise that policy, or at least take a look at it, to do things like. Just to mention that likelihood of a project actually happening, I think, is a perfectly legitimate criteria. And that should be referenced in that policy if it's not. Also allowing for, judging relative benefits and clarifying that the council has that total discretion. Hopefully those things are already part of that policy, but I don't know if they are. But maybe we can come back to that. Okay, if we're ready to vote on the underlying motion, then at the full 154,000 and change number. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Nay. Voting in opposition were Council Members Gulick and Rupsis. Any others in opposition? Then the motion passes 9-2. Thank you very much. And Mike, I did have a question that never really got answered. With inflation, when is my go-to 4 for $4 going to have to go up? Because that's the deal of the century.
We're going to try to keep it there as long as we can.
Okay, all right. Then I got some time. All right, thank you very much.
I also need to know, are you going to be open when council is done? Are you still going to be open at 11, 12?
We might. Thank you very much.
Yes, all right. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. That brings us then to the former item 7, which is now item 4, I guess. Denise, if you're still awake, would you read item number 4?
I am, Mayor. And tax increment financing assistance from SBIRD for reimbursement for qualified infrastructure improvements to Billings School District Number 2 Riverside Middle School grounds at 3700 Madison Avenue, up to a maximum of $100,000. Sabura Board recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of Sabura Board recommendation.
Thank you very much. Back to Jim Tevlin.
Yes, this application is a portion of a larger project that School District 2 is undertaking. I've got Scott Ryder here to come up and describe the project. It's a $1.2 million project to basically renovate a very large section of land immediately south of Riverside Middle School. So I'm going to let Scott step up, and then I'll recap it like I did before.
Scott.
Mayor Cole.
Thank you for your patience.
Council members, thanks for having me. I'm Scott Ryder, Executive Director of Facilities for School District 2. This project is mainly adding a softball field and green space and adding to the campus at Riverside Middle School just to the south. A little bit of history about the school or the area and the property. The property is 3.86 acres. It's adjacent to Riverside Middle School, just to the south of the campus, directly connecting with the campus. The property has in the past been an area where transient population has been hanging out and gathered and slept in the area. Numerous syringes and other drug paraphernalia were found during the cleanup of the area. It was not a real safe or inviting place for students or the community. It was a blight on the neighborhood. It had trash deposited on it, and it was overgrown with trees and weeds. The Riverside campus was small compared to the other 6 or other 5 middle schools in the district. And for equity, we were always looking at ways to increase it, and this property came available, and we were able to get it. There was a small field right next to the building that had a softball field on it. It was too small to play softball games. The balls would hit the building if they hit them hard enough. So the Riverside Middle School team would travel over to the Central Park area on the Washington Elementary campus. There's the JV field for the senior high softball field. The project, it'll make it more equitable with the other 5 middle school campuses and solve some drainage issues around the track and softball field on the existing campus. Oh, I guess I should, which button?
Just press like this.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So, well, what happened? Oh. Oh, that's fine. It's all good. So our needs for the area were to provide a safe green space for the school and the neighborhood, equitable campus site as compared to the other 5 middle schools, and remove some blight in the area, and address drainage issues, reduce the invitation for drug use by providing a lit area with cameras, and additional practice areas for the school and community, and safe walking path that will be lit in the evenings. The public infrastructure, there's.
You've got a pointer if you want to.
Oh, okay. All right. The public infrastructure, the sidewalks and walking path. I think I'm on the next one. The sidewalks and walking path, you can see the walking path around the property. It comes up and around, and the additional parking lot is right there as well. This was the current area of the existing softball field. So there's additional parking, a softball field, some soccer field, green space area, some better drainage, trees and shrubbery to help with beautification, and the site will have emergency access from both Oral Street and Washington. The playing fields, the softball field with dugouts and bleachers down in this area on the south side of the property. The soccer field for both 9v9 and 11v11, which is this, it's just a green space that can accommodate a 9v9 field. It'll be set up for that with movable goals. They can be brought out if needed, otherwise it's a green space area. And the other one will be on the existing football field. It'll just be pegged for an 11v11 soccer field. Upgraded shot put and discus areas down in this area. The lit walking path, once again, is this whole path around the property on up. Scoreboards for the softball field with I believe there's a reverse side on it for a soccer field if that's ever needed. Lighting and camera for security. The lighting is around the perimeter of I think it's on the next slide. Oh, can't see it, but the lighting comes around the whole path and back on up. Drainage areas for stormwater retention and additional parking up in this area. The stormwater retention is, I think you can see it up better on this one. You can see the lighting. There's the lights coming around property. The stormwater retention right here, and some right here where the existing softball field was. And the site plan, I believe I'm on it right now. I think that might be about it. The original, or the cost of the project was $993,960. And the purchase of the property was $275,000. We did have a change order to replace all the sidewalk on Washington Street that has been completed now too. And I guess I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Very good, thank you. Jim, do you have anything before we start the questions?
Yeah, let me have just a few comments. Oops. Okay, so let me, this, okay. How do do I move Pam out of the way? Okay. This project is essentially what Sabur refers to as a community enhancement type of project, as opposed to, say, like like what we just did with Wendy's. And in this case here, the criteria that we consider are a little bit different. And what I did is I just took this snippet here from our recommendation, our recommendation memo, and just to emphasize that the total project is around 1.3. This is $100,000, and so the percentage is about 7.6% of the total project. And this particular project hits all three of the policies: the city's TIF, the urban renewal plan, and also Montana Code. But the public benefit, where we don't have a policy yet front to back drafted with respect to what we refer to as residential or community enhancements. We've done them in the past. For example, Newman Lane, putting in benches there, putting in the playground at Orchard, and a fence over by Ponderosa. What we want to do is expand these and these type of projects in the future. But we need to be able to present to you folks here the public benefit for these. And in this case here is that this is pretty much straightforward. New parking lot, softball fields, track and field, walking paths, so on. But the main thing here that I want to emphasize, at least right now, is that hopefully that area, instead of finding syringes, you'll find kids playing ball there instead. And Sabura's recommendation is to participate up to $100,000 in this School District 2 effort. And that's pretty well much what we want to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, no public hearing on this. Questions or motions? Councilmember Tricky?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the sorry, my hearing aids and Siri are talking to me. I move to approve the tax increment financing assistance from the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District to School District 2, Riverside Middle School grounds, up to a maximum of $100,000 as recommended by the Sabura Board.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Shaw, I saw. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Neese?
I have a question for Andy.
Question for Andy.
Andy, it's been a while since I've saw it, but I think we had a picture of a dollar bill and how much went to city taxes, county taxes, and school taxes. Can you refresh me what percentage the city was versus the school district?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The city was around 20% or 21%, and I don't recall honestly what the city or what the school district was, but they were larger. I believe the county was less than us, around 15 to 20, and then the school district would have made up the majority of the remaining. But the state would be in there as well. So I don't have an answer for you, sorry.
So somewhere in between 50 and 60%?
Possibly. I can see if I can find it here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rupsis.
Jim, just curious why the board didn't recommend the full amount?
Primarily budgetary reasons. We have a certain amount in our FY23 budget that we've allocated for what I'm referring to as community and residential enhancements. And we balance that against a very large project, as you know, with the rec center, and we're also doing a lot of roads. Is that the board was very enthusiastic about it, but the question was, how much money do we have budgeted? How much can we use? And this is where the conclusion came from.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for Scott or Jim, or discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
I do have a question for Scott. Scott, did this come before the school board to fund the whole project, or was it the project plus the $100,000 from the city?
Councilmember Neese, it did come before the school board. to fund this project with the anticipation of applying for this opportunity, this ESPER grant, and however that turned out. But it was always part of their discussion.
Okay, and if the, Mayor, follow-up, so if the TIF application were not approved, would the school board move forward with the project?
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or discussion? Okay, ready to proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation. Councilmember Bernice, you have further?
Yeah, I won't support the motion. I have a difficult time approving projects that, where they're not adding to the tax base. It's really taking, I understand this is a community project, but I would like to see the TIF district grow. I would like to see the TIF district add to their tax base. And I'm not seeing how that's going to do that. If there's a better way to show that, where it's going to maybe bring some additional revenue into the TIF district, I'd like to see that. But when we're doing nonprofits, actually taking a property, they purchased it, I don't know if it was from a taxpayer, it would have been a small amount because it's a vacant lot. And they are removing some blight, which I understand, which is a good thing. But I really am concerned that we're taking property off the tax rolls and putting it into nonprofits, and we're not getting any taxable benefit to the city when the school district itself, as we all know, is we pay our property taxes. The majority of our property tax does go to the school district.
Okay, the motion is for approval, so if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Councilmember Dees votes in opposition. Everyone else in favor. Motion passes 10-1. Thank you very much. And Scott, thank you for sticking with us. Okay, back then to whatever the number is. Got to find my number 5. Yes, new number 5. Denise, would you read new number 5?
Number 5, public hearing and resolution establishing and revising planning and engineering divisions fees for FY23, FY24. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Monica Plecker is our presenter on planning and engineering division fees. Monica.
Yes, I have a brief presentation for you all, so let's just jump right in. This is a routine thing. Every 2 years, I come before you with proposed planning fees. Because of the nature of the fees, we do tack on some engineering fees that are related to subdivision and site plan review. So it tends to be a joint effort. The last time these fees were updated was in fiscal year 21. This fee schedule is just for the city. I go through a different process with the county. In the past, there's been uniform increases across all of our applications. And quite frankly, that just does not work. When you look at, a 5% increase on, an application that isn't recovering its cost by hundreds of dollars, 5% doesn't get you much. So I'm before you tonight with the goal of getting closer to cost recovery. So nothing about this is the same apples to apples across the different types of applications. And that's just the nature of how it had to be in trying to get our application cost equitable with the service that is provided. With that being said, I am very careful to, do analysis to make sure that my estimates of what it takes to do an application type are based on, real numbers and estimates of times and an average of different types of applications. So I feel good about the number. Typically, something that is always asked by councils is, where do these fees line up in comparison to other communities? Some years I've included other communities like Kalispell and Great Falls, but in the interest of trying to get the most recent fee schedules that I could find that were updated in 2021, this is the small sample that you get. Generally speaking, I think Billings continues to, kind of like a council member said earlier, do more with less. I do want to point out that it's a little bit deceiving. It looks like Bozeman is charging less on subdivisions, but they also add a $40 per lot fee. And so when you look at, say, a major subdivision that would have 40 lots, 40 times 40, 1,600. So they're already up then into the, upper 5,000 range. So again, we continue to be, reasonable across the larger communities. So like I said, the approach is dynamic this time. So our subdivision fees are a lot closer to cost recovery than our zoning fees. The approach this year is that we're proposing that the subdivision fees be increased by 3% in FY23 and then again in FY24. This approach, in the past, we've done let's just do, 6% all at once. It was the previous council during FY21 that said, maybe consider splitting that up. So that's what I have done here. For zoning application, the application types vary. I think the most that an application type will increase is by about $500. The idea is that in FY23, we're going to recover those costs, and then in FY24, we're going to put 3% on top of that. It's hard to split those fees up and get closer to cost recovery because it just doesn't happen as fast as you need it. Also, new is proposing a 40-cent postage for our applications that require neighborhood notification. An example of why this is necessary is with Project Recode, our notification requirements got very expansive. For instance, when you are doing an application type for a parcel that is adjacent to the county, your radius is a 1/4 mile. Well, a perfect example of this would be Zimmerman Home Place subdivision. It is totally surrounded by the city, and when you go a 1/4 mile in all directions, you quickly have, 800-900 notices to do. In the past, we've always done our postage, just a mail, like your regular standard envelope packed with the application in order to be conscientious of trying not to just drive up cost for our applicants. The 40 cents covers a postcard. Those now have QR codes that take you directly to the application so you can learn about it. So there is also just that aspect of being conscientious of not just trying to say, well, you just pay for everything. We're trying to be respectful of that. And then also the engineering fees that have been included, and if you have questions specifically about the engineering cost, Jennifer is here to answer those. But her fees are adjusting according to the cost of services and specific to cost recovery. And I believe hers are much more uniform. So those first 3 bullet points are specific to the planning portion of certain fees. And that's spelled out in the Exhibit A. So I know this isn't legible for you. You do have this attached to your staff report, and it breaks out, proposed engineering versus planning, what it is combined. So all those details are there. I do need to let you know that I need to ask you to make one correction. I have pointed it out here. I've also emailed Denise and Tony already, and I have a corrected Exhibit A to hopefully help avoid any sort of confusion. But minor adjustments is the line item that's circled. And it's simply that the existing fee is $309, and when I was going through, there's an extra 3 in there that makes it look like $3,309. In no instance should that application type ever be that expensive. So what I do need you to do is to, in your approval of these fees, understand that the correction needs to be made that the existing fee shows as $309, the 23 fee is $318, and the 25 is $328.
So is it essentially the same as the line above it?
It is the same as the line above it. There's minor adjustment, then there's corrections to amended documents, but yes, they're very much the same identical process, they're just called different things. You also have included the zoning fees. The only thing that I wanted to point out here is that the only new fee that we're proposing is specific to the short-term rental permit. We've been processing those as a zoning compliance, but it really is its own application type and has its own specific permit. So that is being proposed, and that's the only new fee there. Otherwise, these are the proposed engineering site plan reviews. And it is estimated that with these, planning would generate an additional $40,000 in revenue and $13,500 for engineering. I will say that the estimated revenue is important for planning. I think when we last talked about our budget, we talked about capacity issues. And basically, when these application types, which are developer driven, you know, what we're getting for a fence permit is negligible in the big picture of things. So when we are not recovering the full cost of those application processes, those resources for those applications are being subsidized by the county mill levy or by our other revenue streams, which means we can't easily get around to special projects, to priorities that are above and beyond current applications. So perhaps in the scheme of things, $40,000 sounds like a lot, but it is absolutely necessary. So with that, I'm going to quit talking and end my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll have some questions, and we'll have our public hearing. That should be fairly short. Councilor Nish, you had some questions for Monica?
Just a quick question, Monica. The postage, you said you want to cover your costs. So the postage, is that postage and supplies and time for all the mailing, or is that just the cost of the stamps?
It's a combination. So the time to do the mailing, the materials for the mailing, I've incorporated that into like an O&M cost to decide what the hourly rate is for certain application types. So I do feel like it's not short-sighted in that we're capturing those other associated costs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Monica? Councilmember Tricky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So how do you deal with the reactive nature of your budget? Meaning that like your budget for next year is based on last year's revenue. So your needs may be much bigger this year than the revenue from last year.
Councilmember Chiriki, I feel like the planning budget is pretty consistent. As far as what our reimbursement is, as far as our application activity, for the most part, I feel like there's a lot of consistency. I will say I do feel like we're in a position just based on activity that when I started the budget process in February, I didn't expect some of the revenues to be where they are. But I don't think it's as reactionary as maybe your question suggests.
Okay, I mean, you know, like we hit a housing boom, you know, after a dry spell. So it seems that dry spells means that your staff gets smaller, and then, you know, you don't have the money to increase your staff until after the boom starts.
Right. I think in the 5 years that I've been responsible for managing the budget, it has always been a very conservative budget, conservative estimates, conservative expenditures. So we haven't been in a situation yet where I've really had to go one way or the other. But of course, you know, if we see opportunity, I absolutely would not hesitate to come before you with a budget amendment. Just haven't had the opportunity yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's open it for public hearing. On this item, is there any public comment on new item number 5? Any public comment? No, so public hearing is closed. Council, any further questions or motion? Questions for Monica or motions? Councilmember Gulick?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution establishing and revising planning and engineering division's fees for fiscal year 23-24 as corrected and recommended by staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Tidswell. Seconds that. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes. That concludes item 5. Now item 6. Denise, would you read item 6?
Public hearing, a resolution approving and adopting Public Works right-of-way fees for fiscal year 23, fiscal year 24. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Jennifer DeRay.
Good evening. This could be 30 seconds if we all work together. So, right-of-way fees are charged to utilities and contractors who are doing work in the right-of-way. Our fees cover the cost of administration and inspection services just to make sure that the work that is done is to our standards. We typically review these fees every 2 years and bring them to council, and they are based on full cost recovery methods. So I won't go through all of these fees here, various fees for excavation and, obstructions in the right-of-way. So the overall increase that we're asking for is 9%. It's not uniform for every fee, but an overall increase of 9%. And currently our fees generate $503,000. And we are asking for approval tonight.
Okay, thank you. Again, it's a public hearing. Are there questions, though, for Jennifer? Councilor Bernice?
Jennifer, why don't we see these with 2 years of fees where, 9% and then 3% the next year? So similar to what we've seen some of the other rates to kind of make the change a little more consistent or smaller year to year.
Councilmember Neese, we certainly can do that. We just have done it so that there's less items, I guess, on the agenda for budget, but we can bring them every year if that's council's preference.
I'm sorry, I meant to have a 2-year schedule so that you would have this budget year, and similar to what we just approved, where you approved 2 years of fees. Could that be done on something like this so that we don't have to, that way we're not having to jump 9%? That's a pretty large jump. If we did it if we did the schedule where it's like 4.5, then each year it's going up a little bit each time.
Councilmember Neese, yes, it's typically not 9%. We're usually not talking these 9% increases. Largely, that's fuel costs for us, but we could split it out. It wouldn't change anything for us.
Okay, one more question, Mayor. Is there an exception in here regarding the other government entities where we don't charge for this service? Or has that been addressed with the Heights Water District or that entity and things like that?
It is still our opinion that we can charge these to other governmental agencies, and we do. So that has not been addressed.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Jennifer? If not, we'll open up a public hearing. Is there any public comment on item number 6? No public comment coming forward, so the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution approving and adopting Public Works right-of-way fees for FY23, FY24 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Tidswell. Discussion, any discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion for approval, item number 6, consistent with staff recommendation, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. It brings us to our final regular agenda item, number 7. Here we need one, we're going to have one presentation, but multiple votes, I believe, on 7A, B, and C. So since we're going to have one presentation, Denise, would you read 7A, B, and C?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolutions setting FY23 annual assessments on the following: Business Improvement District, Tourism Business Improvement District, mill levy rates for General Fund, Transit, Library, Public Safety 1, 2, and 3. Also, Road Maintenance District number 6, and Stormwater, or Storm Sewers, sorry.
Thank you very much. To you, Andy, and am I correct, this is going to be one presentation, we'll have separate votes on each?
That is correct.
Okay, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So one presentation, 3 separate items and votes. The first one is the mill levies. These are only the ones identified in the charter with the caps. We're asking that you set the mill levies consistent with the budget and at the caps for general fund, public safety, library, and transit. The general obligation debt mills will come in September once we've received certified value. The impact to the home, which you can't see there, but is 1 mill for the median home is $3.08 per year. I'm going to move that. These are the T-bid assessments and the downtown BID assessments, both consistent with the budget. The T-bid assessment remains unchanged from the prior year at $2 per rented room per night. And the downtown BID is a total assessment of $523. It's an increase of $96,000. The significant portion, as you heard earlier, was to fund the additional downtown officer. Road Maintenance District 6, this is a Briarwood Fire Access Road, highlighted in red there. There are 51 properties in this district. It was established in 2015, and the assessment per lot is remaining the same at $55.28 per lot. This pays for gravel maintenance, weed abatement, and just fire access maintenance. And then Jennifer's going to finish off the rest for you.
So on stormwater, just a quick reminder about our challenges. We went through all this in the budget presentation in May also, but we do have about $140 million of existing deficiencies in our storm system just to handle our basic 2-year storms. And we only have about $2.2 million available per year for funding for capital projects. We also don't have enough staff or near enough equipment to proactively maintain the system. We are also in phase 2 of the storm program development, and we'll be commencing a public engagement committee soon to start working on bringing back recommendations to council, and that will kind of be a menu of options for you to choose from about different service levels and what those corresponding rates will be. And then lastly, inflation, which I won't go into again, but it's been our hardest or our biggest challenge across the board. So stormwater fees currently generate about $4.8 million in revenue. We typically tie it to the construction cost index for rate increase. This year we are proposing a increase below the construction cost index of 6%. This will generate an additional $288,000. This average impact to the annual residential rate is $3.20 per year. Our fees, our proposed fee is compared to other cities' current fees there, and you can see that we're still below Helena and Missoula, and then significantly below Bozeman, Kalispell, Great Falls, Eugene, and Fort Collins in storm fees. And then that chart on the bottom left there is the cumulative loss in purchasing power from increasing fees at a rate less than inflation. So this year, we're expecting to lose about $139,000 in purchasing power. And then in 5 years, that number grows to $760,000. And then in 10 years, if we never make up the loss that we have this year, it's $1.7 million loss in purchasing power. So at that point, we just do a lot less with what we have. Do you want me to finish? So need a public hearing tonight. Staff recommends approval, obviously, on all these items. And then, like Andy talked about, 3 separate votes for each item.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to open public hearing. Is there any public comment on this item? No? So we'll close the public hearing. Questions now for Jennifer or Andy or other staff? I have a question for you, Jennifer. Anybody wants to address it? In the past, we've talked about a impact fee for stormwater construction. Where are we at on that? Is staff working on some sort of proposal? Is that still on the somewhere on the stove, or has it dropped off the stove, or what's happening there?
So Mayor, that is still being looked at and it will be addressed as part of our stormwater program. So we will be bringing that back to offset some of the other fees. I believe right now the connection fee is only $155, maybe what you recently approved for storm to connect into our entire system. So an impact fee is definitely needed in that area.
And that'd be a way to address some of this $140 million of infrastructure deficit, I assume?
Mayor, it would work towards that. It will not cover 140 million.
Okay, all righty, thank you. Shoot. Okay, any other questions for Jennifer or motion? Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion. I'll just do it one at a time. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution setting assessments on 7A, the BID, TBID, mill levy rates for general fund, transit, library, and public safety.
Councilmember Gulick, second. Motions for approval. Discussion. Any discussion? Councilmember Neese?
This is to Gina. Gina, can I separate the all-purpose mill levy 74 mills out, since this is a separate item to vote on?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Neese, you're going to have to, I didn't hear all of your question.
The item before us is the mill levy votes, and there's 6 different mill levies there, and I'd like to separate one out for a separate vote. Any reason why I can't do that?
No, I don't think there's any reason why you can't do that.
Okay, I'd like to separate out the all-purpose mill levy.
Okay, and Gina, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that council member can do that as sort of as a matter of right. It's not something that has to be voted on or approved. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so Councilmember Shaw, since you made the original motion, I guess we need to clarify. Well, and I suppose there's a procedural issue about whether it's still, if that's proper once the motion is on the floor, but let's assume it is. And Councilmember Shaw, since you made the original motion, is it okay if we treat your motion as all items other than the 74 mil general fund assessed levy? And then we'll come back to that one. Okay. Okay, so that's what's before us now. We'll proceed to a vote if there is no other discussion. Is there no other discussion? Don't see any. So if in favor of approval of item 7A with the exception of the 74 mils for the general fund, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That then leaves the general fund item. Councilmember Neese, did you want to present a motion relating to that?
No, I wouldn't, because I'm going to be voting against that.
Okay, and Councilmember Shaw?
Yeah, I'll make the other half of this motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution setting assessments on mill levy rates for the general fund.
Okay, then.
Recommended by staff.
And is there a second? Councilmember Ripsis. Okay. So any discussion on that motion just for approval of 74 mills for the general fund? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, I didn't support the budget, although I think there's a lot of good in the budget. I also think that we need to also find ways to cut the budget, which would also mean to cut the mills. And so that won't support the mill levies that are being assessed here. We've had it at this level for quite a while. We've had two good public safety mill levies come in to help backfill some of it. And so I would hope that the staff would start bringing some budgets to us that we can actually reduce some of this general mills that we're assessing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will support the motion for the mill levy rates for the general fund. It really comes down to a question of quality. The quality of the service that we deliver to our customers or to the people who live in the city. If we don't want to have garbage collected, if we don't mind water backing up into people's houses, it's just a matter of quality. It really, I mean, you can, the economy will go up, it will go down. There are good times, there are bad times. But if you drive around eastern Montana, you will drive through a lot of cities that I can tell you decades ago had a quality of service that they can't achieve anymore. So it's really just a matter of quality of service. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, so the motion is for approval of 74 mills for the general fund. If in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Purington. Motion passes 9-2. Item 7B is next, Road District Maintenance District 6. Is there a motion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing and considered written and spoken public testimony, I move we approve the resolution setting assessments for Road Maintenance District Number 6.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion? Not. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to item 7C, Storm Sewer. Is there a motion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution setting assessments on storm sewer.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Gulick. Okay. Any discussion? Motions for approval. If in favor of the motion for approval, item 7C, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes our final regular agenda item. Now at public comment on non-agenda items. Is there any public comment on non-agenda items? Don't see any. Public comment is closed. Any council initiatives? I think then at okay, all right.
I just wanted to say that I will follow up with about the budget process, and I would like to, if people want to send me comments about their own feelings about how we can codify the budget process. The first thing that occurred to me is that we need to at least establish timelines, time places for when things need to show up. And also, I'm also thinking that we probably need to establish a base where, like, say, 1/3 vote when a budget amendment is going to require staff work in order to have it move forward.
Sort of a preliminary stop or process. Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you. Everybody, you've worked hard last couple of months. And that, not just council, but staff has worked really hard, and you have our appreciation. So thank you very much, everybody. See you next month. We're adjourned.